Peng Xuanfei frowns on Su Maiyao's words. She doesn't know what it means. She is full of doubts. Peng Xuanfei frowns on Su Maiyao's words. She doesn't know what it means. She is full of doubts. How much is that? Peng Xuanfei whispered. She thought Xinxiang and Su Maiyao. They were very mysterious and had many strange methods that she had never seen before. 200 years, said Bai Yiyu. Peng Xuanfei thought that he had heard the mistake and was amazed and asked, What? 200 years. He used the third level time domain. 1 day outside of us. He was more than 70 years old. Su Maiyao happily said with a smile, If he is successful, it is more than 200 years. Using soul-defying sacred pearl for more than 200 years. Peng Xuanfei couldn't imagine it. She thought that Xinxiang could fight for 2 or 3 days, and it was not more than 200 years. With soul-defying sacred pearl for more than 200 years, what will it take? Peng Xuanfei don't want to think about it, because they have never used it in the family and it's only a decade. Peng Xuanfei now understands why Xinxiang is so confident to deal with Demon Clan. When Xinxiang used soul-defying sacred pearl, he could directly sense the 4th layer world-defying soul river. But the above violent world-defying soul is relatively small, so the absorption of the soul is very strong and the quality is very high. Incorporating the soul into it, not only to improve the soul of Saint World-defying, but also to strengthen my own fleshly body. The body is not strong enough. It is difficult to control the powerful Saint World-defying soul. There is Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon. This guy seems very danger. Xinxiang runs the cultivation technique, desperately absorbs the soul, and at the same time distracts to study those Tao creation spell. He doesn't feel 2nd level Tao creation spell right now. It takes a lot of strength, which affects his 3rd level time domain. He is only currently studying Tao creation spell at 1st level. Seeing that these Tao creation spells can be combined together, the combination can become more powerful, and this does not require any strength. World-defying sacred realm is really not easy to break through. It takes time to cultivate Saint World-defying soul. If you absorb the soul, the promotion is very slow, even if you eat a lot of soul-defying saint pill. Xinxiang is only practicing for a few months. I feel that it is very difficult to improve. If you want to break through, it takes a lot of time. In the case of soul-defying sacred pearl, it is no wonder that Qin Shuang's grandmother has been unable to break through the peak of world-defying sacred realm for a long time. In a hurry, Xinxiang did not think that time said when he studied Tao creation spell. At this time, he had been practicing in time domain for more than 200 years, and he was able to step into world soon. Defying sacred realm late stage. Also, his research on Tao creation spell has made great achievements, allowing Tao creation spell of 1st level to be stacked on 4 layers, and his ultimate goal is to stack 9 layers. All of the 9 Tao creation spells of 1st level are combined at once. Together release that is the strongest. It's almost time, it's over. Xinxiang looked at soul-defying sacred pearl, and some reluctantly, this is indeed a very good thing, but unfortunately he can't get it now. After Xinxiang withdrew from time domain, they heard Su Maiyao chatting. They saw Xinxiang finish, and Havadali stood up and walked over. How is it? What is your cultivation base now? Su Maiyao asked. World-defying sacred realm middle stage peak. If you give me a few more days, you should be able to step into the late stage. Xinxiang said with a smile. Just 3 days. You can improve so fast. Peng Xuanfei, if she didn't see it, she couldn't believe it. I just stepped into the world-defying sacred realm late stage. It won't take long. You can catch up with me really fast. Peng Xuanfei looked at soul-defying sacred pearl. Nothing changed, and she was relieved. Before, there were some concerns that Xinxiang would take too long to affect soul-defying sacred pearl. Now we can go to Demon Clan. Su Maiyao looks at soul-defying sacred pearl, happily said with a smile. As long as you save your father, we can get soul-defying Sacred Pearl and the beautiful Peng Demon Princess. Peng Xuanfei has a red face. If Shan Xiang really rescues her father, she will never be able to talk about it. Although she is reluctant to go to the great Peng family, she thinks it is good to be with Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu. Now let's go out, time is coming, said Peng Xuanfei. Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu return to Hidden Jade Villa. Xin Xiang becomes a little squirrel hidden in the wings of Peng Xuanfei. Then Peng Xuanfei goes to open the stone gate of the Chamber of Secrets. Two old men hastily outside walk in to see soul-defying Sacred Pearl. After going to the top of soul-defying Sacred Pearl, they let Peng Xuanfei leave. I pretended to walk around and walk out of the great Peng Palace. Peng Xuanfei gave Xin Xiang sound transmission. She didn't understand this before. This was Su Maiyao and Bai Yu taught her. Well, you can rest A.S. Sure that we will bring your father back, Xin Xiang said. Well, I believe in you. But you must be careful. Be sure to come back. Peng Xuanfei was only worried about Xin Xiang before. But now I have to worry about Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu. These two beautiful elder sisters are very good to her. She does not. I hope they have an accident. Shan Xiang walked out of the great Peng Palace and then hastily left the great Peng Sacred City. He had to spend the fastest time to go to Demon Clan. Peng Xuanfei's father stayed in it for a day, and he was in danger for a day. He didn't want Peng Xuanfei's father has something. The area where Demon Clan's new nest is located is quite close to the great Peng family and can be reached in about 7 days. Bai Yuyu said, if it is a great Peng bird, it may take 4 or 5 days. I don't know if they made the new nest so close to the great Peng family. Is there any intention? Xin Xiang has already left the city, enters the divine mirror of 6 paths, and lets the divine mirror of 6 paths fly among the forests of giant trees. Maybe Demon Clan thinks that Peng Kanyo is winning, and in the future he can control the entire great Peng family, and then Demon Clan will use the help of Great Peng to let these poisonous demon airborne in major cities and capture the major cities. Su Maiyao said, the soul of Soul Demon's sacred forest is powerful, but it is a relatively young world. It is not enough to understand poison, formation, and pills. It is difficult to resist the attack of poisonous demon. If that's the case, it won't take long for Soul Demon's sacred forest to be poisonous. Bai Yuyu said, must stop these guys. The great Peng family must have known that Demon Clan is nearby, and they don't know what they think. Forgot to ask Xuanfei to see if she has talked to her mother about these things. Xin Xiang said, Mother might know something. We didn't ask. She just came back and didn't go to her mother. Maybe she is going now. She should be safe in the great Peng Palace, Su Maiyao said. It's hard to say. Xin Xiang shook his head. Don't leave her in the great Peng Palace. Peng Xuanfei was previously killed by Peng Kanyo, but he did not succeed. Peng Kanyo will definitely not give up. Although there are many powerful elders in the great Peng Palace, Peng Kanyo is also an elder himself, and he'll have many opportunities to fight. Peng Xuanfei was previously killed by Peng Kanyo, but he did not succeed. Peng Kanyo will definitely not give up. Although there are many powerful elders in the great Peng Palace, Peng Kanyo is also an elder himself, and he will have many opportunities to fight. Suddenly, thinking of this, Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu were silent, and they felt that they were not thoughtful enough to ignore this aspect. Hurry back, Bai Yuyu said. Take Xuanfei a little better. Xin Xiang immediately controls Divine Mirror of 6 paths back to Great Peng's sacred city. Although there is a barrier protection for Great Peng Palace, this backward barrier is hard to beat Xin Xiang. He uses SPAC time power and is very easy to go in. Then he uses the anti-strength stealth and walks to Peng Xuanfei room. At the door of Peng Xuanfei's room, Xin Xiang looked at all around. After confirming that no one was there, he gently opened the door. If Peng Xuanfei was not inside, he could wait for Peng Xuanfei and take Peng Xuanfei. Just as Xinxiang opened the door, he smelled a poisonous qi. His face suddenly changed and Hatali rushed in. He saw Peng Xuanfei fall on the bed. His face turned black, and she was poisoned. Poisonous demon poison. Definitely Peng Kanyo. Xinxiang was furious, hastily took detoxification Dan to Peng Xuanfei, and then let Bai Yu come out to dispose of the poisonous mist-tear. Xinxiang sent Peng Xuanfei to Hidden Jade Villa and checked the room to find some black particles. A poisonous Dan. Poison Dan was blown in and opened, releasing poisonous qi, Peng Kanyo. This guy is really vicious. Bai Yu said she also hates Nas. Plussing teeth, but Xinxiang is back in time. Otherwise, Peng Xuanfei, it is dangerous. Although these poisonous qi are extracted from the poisonous demon, but the technique is too poor. These poisonous qi are only a gas to chronic effect, and it is impossible to cause death in a short time. Peng Xuanfei poisoning is not too deep. She woke up in Hidden Jade Villa, and after she opened her eyes to see Su Maiyao, she was relieved. In addition to Su Maiyao, there is Long Shui, little girl Feng Kur with transparent wings. Then Qin Shuang, Mayan Jing sisters, and Jiang Sili. Their 3 girls, Pill Spirit, are both large and small beauty. Su Maiyao smiled and introduced these little friends to Peng Xuanfei and told Peng Xuanfei that it was Hidden Jade Villa. Bai Yu, after handling the poisonous qi here, enter the Hidden Jade Villa. Xuanfei, this is your uncle, if you want us to do it here. Bai Yu said, Xinxiang with 3 poisonous monkeys still have some certainty. He is not in the Great Peng Palace now. It must have been that he sent someone to fight. I really didn't expect that he would dare to fight in the Great Peng Palace. Peng Xuanfei recalled, feeling scared. Assured, there must be a chance to kill him. Xinxiang said, Xuanfei, you and your family's elder say Lo, saying that you have to go out for a period of time. You can't stay in the Great Peng Palace yourself, it's dangerous. Su Maiyao said, Yes, let's get together. Peng Xuanfei can only nod her head now, and Xinxiang goes to find Demon Clan. If she needs it, she can also give a strength. She thinks it is good too, and she can see her father in the first time. Good. Peng Xuanfei is much better now. She comes out of Hidden Jade Villa. Xinxiang, like before, turned into a little squirrel hiding on her wings. Peng Xuanfei is very curious about how Xinxiang entered the Great Peng Palace. She sounded and asked Xinxiang. Xinxiang simply told her that although she still didn't quite understand it, Peng Xuanfei felt that Xinxiang was very powerful and could easily enter them. The heavily guarded Great Peng Palace. The Great Peng Palace is not at all strict in the eyes of Xinxiang. If he needs it, he can quietly disturb the entire Great Peng Palace. Peng Xuanfei went to Patriarch and told Patriarch that she was going to Sacred City a period of time. If anything, go to Sacred City to find her. In this way, Peng Kanyo would not think that Peng Xuanfei was dead, once lost, and did not know what Peng Kanyo was. Peng Kanyo thought that this was a must, but after he learned about it in a hotel, he was drinking and immediately crushed the GLA. S in his hand, he unexpectedly failed again. Peng Xuanfei has already left the city, said the person who reported the news. He just finished. Peng Kanyo immediately shouted, I am not going to chase. You must bring her to me. I will kill her this time. Peng Xuanfei is already in Xinxiang's Hidden Jade Villa. Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths is flying through the Soul Demon's sacred forest to the area of Demon Clan. Xuanfei, will your mother be in danger? Su Maiyao asked. My mother's strength is not weak, and it is not closed for many years. Peng Xuanfei said, Peng Kanyo's strength is strong, but he has to deal with my mother is not so easy. Now, Peng Xuanfei is calling her uncle's name, which shows that she has hated Peng Kanyo and has to kill her twice. Peng Xuanfei had fun together with Feng Kur in Hidden Jade Villa, and could learn a lot. Now she knows that Xinxiang is a very powerful alchemist and Su Maiyao. And the existence of Pill's spirit also surprised her. Without alchemy, can directly condense Dan. The magic of Hidden Jade Villa makes Peng Xuanfei an eye-opener. Long Shui and Feng Ke are the favorite to play, especially when they see Peng Xuanfei have a pair of beautiful white wings wrapped around Peng Xuanfei. Let Peng Xuanfei fly with her. Feng Ke himself has wings, but he also wants Peng Xuanfei to take her to fly, which makes Su Maiyao they don't know whether to cry or laugh. A few days later, Xin Xiang has entered the area of Demon Clan, and Hidden Jade Villa is also quiet because Xin Xiang has entered a dangerous area and may need their help at any time. There are a lot of traps, and I don't know if Divine Mirror of Six Paths will trigger. Bai Yuyu said she has a memory of poisonous demon, knowing that there are more traps here. Divine Mirror of Six Paths is invisible, has no breath, and is still vacant, but these traps will definitely be designed for the Great Peng family, because the Great Peng can flap their wings when they are in the human form. After entering the area, Divine Mirror of Six Paths flew slowly, silently, and was invisible and hard to find. After a few hours of flight, Xin Xiang suddenly found something hidden in a big tree. He looked carefully and found that it was a poisonous demon, hiding inside the tree hole but showing a tail. These guys are waiting for someone to step on the trap and then check it out. Bai Yuyu has come out of Hidden Jade Villa. There is only one. If wanted to kill him, then use Grasping Soul Devil Curse for him. Xin Xiang said, "The guys who are sent here are mostly weak chickens." Xin Xiang is under the tree. He hasn't gone up to get rid of the poisonous demon. He is waiting for Bai Yuyu's opinion. Xin Xiang is under the tree. He hasn't gone up to get rid of the poisonous demon. He is waiting for Bai Yuyu's opinion. For the time being, don't fight. These poisonous demons may have any connection. If you die, you may beat the GRA. S to scare the snake. It will be bad for us. You must remember that you are diving here. Don't was discovered. Bai Yuyu said, "The trap here should not pose a threat to you. You should be careful if you are careful." Later, Bai Yuyu told Xin Xiang about the types of traps, letting him pay attention to some places where there might be traps. Xin Xiang thought that the poisonous scorpion hidden in the tree would be killed and searched for their memories, so that it would be safer to know where the trap is. However, there may be special strength between these poisonous demons to let them contact together, and maybe they will alarm the top of Demon Clan, and it will not be good for his next move. These traps are very cleverly set. These poisonous demons are really smart. Xin Xiang almost didn't find out a few times. If he stepped on it, he would trigger those traps. The poisonous demon hidden here would come immediately. Bai Yuyu knows where Demon Clan is hiding in this area, but it hasn't arrived yet. Demon Clan Snake Nest is hidden deep below the ground, but they set a lot of traps in a large area of the ground, mainly used prey. Now we don't know where Xuanfei's old man is hiding. Sister Yu, in your memory of Devour, is there any about this? Xin Xiang asked. He was on the ground, cautious and solemn, went to the top of the snake's nest. I don't know. This has to be mixed into the snake's nest. At that time, we will find another way. The small shrimp outside the total will certainly not know this important thing. Bai Yuyu said, Su Maiyao has refining a lot of detoxification dan in Hidden Jade Villa. The pig of Peng Xuanfei is now poisoned. It will definitely take a lot of detoxification dan to completely detoxify. It is not a bad thing to prepare adequately. Half a day later, Shen Xiang came to the depths of the area. On the way, he encountered dozens of poisonous demons. There are hundreds of traps. If you are not careful, enter this area. Most of them will be tortured to death. Did you see a hill? Bai Yuyu said, I saw it, but there was no cave, nothing, and no poisonous demon was there. Shen Xiang saw it just now. The hill was next to several big trees. The entrance is not on the hill. The hill is just a mark. The real entrance is next to a big tree. Look closely. There is a big tree with a thick trunk. Bai Yu said, "The trunk needs at least dozens of people to hold it. Stand up." I saw it. Shin Xiang looked at it carefully. In fact, there are many such giant trees here, but the tree is next to the hill, otherwise no one will pay attention. The entrance is on the big tree. If you are in the past, you will definitely see the poisonous scorpion on it. Bai Yu said, "The poisonous demon is not proficient in the formation barrier, and they have not asked humans to arrange it. Will be hidden under the depths." Bai Yu's means Shen Xiang understands that there is no need to go in from the tree hole above. After Shin Xiang was close, I saw that there was a big tree hole in the canopy above the big tree. So let the entrance to the underground demon clan snake nest. If you go in there, it is easy to find and not safe. Drilling down from here? Drilling the ground is not a difficult thing for Shin Xiang. He makes himself smaller so that he doesn't have to make too many holes. He digs holes under the roots of a tree. Below this, it is definitely a huge underground palace and does not need to be excavated from the location of the entrance. Although Shen Xiang has already broken through, but his strength is limited, he must quietly sneak into the underground palace and save Peng, Xuanfei's father. This is the best way. If he is heart attacked, he does not have that strength at all. Shin Xiang dug for a few hours, finally touched something very solid. It should be the stone that built the underground palace, which means the following is the underground palace. It's quite deep. Shin Xiang, a teleport, enters the underground palace, and he appears in a Pa-S sage, very dark. These poisonous demons should not be used off. Although in a dark environment, Shin Xiang can sense things. He uses Dao Heart Eye to see the energy fluctuations of all around. Now he can clearly see the purple-black energy moving. That is the poisonous demon. It is. Bai Yu is not familiar with the terrain below, and only allows Shin Xiang to explore for himself. After Shin Xiang is invisible, it is difficult to be discovered, so there is no problem everywhere as long as you don't touch those poisonous demons, that's all right. The Pa-S inside the underground palace is intricate in chaos. Shin Xiang, if it is not good memory, will definitely be lost. I should be close to the center, Shin Xiang said. In general, the center is the most important place, and I don't know if Xuanfei's dad is locked up. Shin Xiang carefully walked in the dark Pa-S sage, thinking about many things, the shower between the sudden glow. The light came from the front. 2 poisonous demons are coming. The 2 poisonous demons walked along and pressed a piece of luminescent stone into the hole in the wall. And they did not know why they were suddenly embedded in these luminous stones to illuminate the Pa-S sage. I don't know what the guests are. Let us illuminate the Pa-S sage. Definitely not our demon clan. It should be the other demon clan guy. What is the NG? Oh, D is mysterious. The 2 poisonous demon whispered. The sole demon of the foreign nationality is obviously the guy of Peng Kanyo, and only the great Peng demon of Peng Kanyo status will have this kind of treatment. What is this guy doing? It seems that it should be nearby. Shen Xiang carefully avoided the 2 poisonous demons, then walked on the bright Pa-S sage. Just now he Pa-S said both poisonous demons. Not being discovered, now he is more relieved. Shin Xiang used the Dao Heart Eye and saw a group of very glaring lightning glows moving slowly. This guy is not Demon Clan. It should be the so-called VIP. Shin Xiang walked over, and sure enough, he was on a Pa-S and saw Peng Kanyo and a few old poisonous demon laughter and walked. The old poisonous demons are very strong, which scares Shin Xiang's heartbeat to speed up. It is a very powerful old drug lord in Demon Clan. They did not find Shin Xiang. Mainly Shin Xiang's anti-strength is too powerful. Quiet! As long as Shin Xiang does not release any ability to breathe, they can hardly find Shin Xiang. Come on! Bai Yu gave Shin Xiang sound transmission. No. Shin Xiang quietly followed. At this time, Peng Kanyo suddenly said something that made Shin Xiang very concerned. 3 old. When can you help Peng Guchuan get the best poison at the earliest? C-3391, Perfect Rescue. C-3391, Perfect Rescue. Peng Guchuan was precisely Peng Profound Phi's father. The reason Peng Kanyo came here was because he urgently wanted to bring Peng Guchuan back so that he could obtain the Aohan holy bead as soon as possible. It will take at least 5 months. We've already given him the fastest way to detoxify the poison. This fellow is too strong. If not for the fact that we used poison so fiercely back then, our python demon race would have definitely suffered heavy losses. An old poisonous python said, "Sai, time is of the essence. If I don't hurry, I might not even be able to obtain the Aohan holy bead. If I bring Peng Guchuan back now, my position in rock will be even higher, and I will be able to immediately obtain the Aohan holy bead. But after Peng Guchuan is poisoned, his vitality will definitely be greatly damaged, and it will be difficult for him to compete for the position of patriarch against me." Peng Kanyo was extremely worried that there would be a problem, because he had already planned this beforehand. "Didn't you say before that you wanted to kill that little girl? And even sacrificed a lesser demon?" Another old poisonous python said. "Don't mention it." Peng Kanyo sighed. "It's really strange. She can't succeed both times, although it can obviously poison her to death. But she can always cure the poison herself. Come to think of it, do you think your poison can do it? Why is she still alive?" "Of course we can. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. There must be a problem." The old poisonous python said, "How about this? You go with us to force the poison out of Peng Guchuan's body, and then, as soon as possible, if you join, we can force out more of the poison even faster, and then use our method to cure it quickly." All right. I'll go now." Peng Kanyo was very worried that something would go wrong with his plan. Xin Xiang was secretly excited because as long as he could follow behind these guys, he would be able to find Peng Guchuan. Peng Kanyo followed the old poison python as they walked along the Pa-S sage. Soon enough, they arrived at a secret room, guarded by 4 middle-aged venomous python demon S. Xin Xiang did not follow him in. He already knew where Peng Guchuan was. "Okay, wait until they go in, then I'll make some noise." Shan Xiang was in Yu Yao Manor, so he asked Sky-Devouring Rat to bring a few pills that would cause a violent explosion before releasing this Sky-Devouring Rat. Sky-Devouring Rat had already used the counter-power, so he could be invisible for a while. Sky-Devouring Rat climbed to a corner, not far from here, put down the pills that would explode, and climbed back in. While Shen Xiang was hiding in another corner of the Pa-S sage, with a thought from him, those pills suddenly exploded. After the explosion, the entire underground palace began to shake, creating a huge ruckus. The 4 middle-aged men outside the stone room anxiously rushed over, while Peng Kanyo and the others who were in the secret room also rushed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When they went over to check, Shen Xiang had already teleported into the stone room. The stone room was very cold and there was ice everywhere. This was mainly to prevent the poison in Peng Guchuan's body from spreading. So Peng Guchuan was currently sealed in a piece of thick ice. Shen Xiang quickly placed the thick ice inside the Yu Yao Manor, Pennsylvania S. Set it over to Bai Yu and the others, then hastily ran out of the secret room and crawled towards the top. At this moment, the venomous python demon's underground palace was in a mess because they had never encountered such a thing. It worked. Xin Xiang was very excited at the moment. He quickly came out from the ground, released her 6 realms mirrors, and entered the 6 realms mirrors, controlling it to fly up quickly. On the way, he did not care about any traps anymore. He charged forward recklessly and even destroyed many traps. So he did not need to worry about alarming venomous python demon and the others anymore. As Shen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors flew, it would occasionally release waves of air, which would engulf the entire region of the venomous python demon and trigger many traps. The traps and traps here were meticulously laid by the venomous python demon for many years, and were all destroyed by Xin Xiang with a single strike. How is it? Xin Xiang asked about the situation inside. Fortunately, the poison has been suppressed. The antidote pill has worked, and it is slowly detoxifying the poison. Bai Yu said, "What about you? Did those venomous python demon chase out?" "No, they probably haven't reacted yet." Xinxiang laughed. "These idiots, I thought they would be hard to come by. I never thought it would be so easy." The most excited person should be Peng Profoundfi, to be able to see his father again. Her tears couldn't help but flow down. She could tell that Peng Guchuan was heavily poisoned, but under the effects of the antidote Pale Sumeiao refined, the venom was slowly dissipating. Peng Profoundfi had thought that she would let her come out and fight. After all, Xinxiang wanted him to go into the python demon race's snake nest by himself. However, Xinxiang did not start a fight. It seemed to be very easy for him to save her father. It looked very easy, but Peng Profoundfi felt that it was very scary. After all, it was the python demon race's snake nest. "Your father will be fine soon. Don't worry," Su Meiyao said. "Your father is very powerful. After expelling the poison, it will not affect his strength in the slightest." Peng Profoundfi nodded. "Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what kind of fate I would have." She knew very well that she had been very simple before, and that she had almost been killed by her uncle. She knew very well that she had been very innocent before, and that she had almost been killed by her cousin. Xinxiang also didn't know what kind of nest python demon race's snake nest was right now, but he could guess that those old fellows were extremely angry. Peng Kanyo would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. Peng Kanyo's good plan had been messed up by Xinxiang, but even now, he still did not know who had done it in the dark. Xinxiang had left the area where the python demon race was, and at this time, the Peng Guchuan inside the Yao Manor had already woken up. When he woke up, he was extremely furious because he was ambushed by Peng Kanyo back then, so he landed in the hands of the python demon race. It was Peng Kanyo and the python demon race who had acted together to harm him. Peng Profoundfi had also told her father many things. Peng Guchuan was indeed a righteous person. She knew that Xinxiang had saved him, and she had even saved Peng Profoundfi before. She nodded immediately and agreed to give the Aohan holy bead to Xinxiang. Seeing that Peng Profoundfi and Peng Guchuan's relations, H.I. plus P was deep, Su Meiyao did not say anything about letting Peng Profoundfi follow her, and had even given up on that idea. After all, Xinxiang had already obtained the Aohan holy bead, so they could use him in the future. Xinxiang would be able to recover even faster if he used the first level of time field, and would be able to obtain sufficient strength as soon as possible. The first level of time field was able to buy him quite a bit of time. In merely a day's time, Peng Guchuan had recovered and allowed him to leave the Yao Manor. "It's been so many years, and I've been trapped in that block of ice. Thank you, brat. Haha." Peng Guchuan patted Xinxiang's shoulders and laughed. He had a complete face, while the other rock S and even Peng Kanyo's were like beaks of birds. This might have been the reason why Peng Profoundfi was so beautiful, but Peng Guchuan was also an extremely handsome man. "Go, let's return to Great Peng Palace now." Peng Guchuan said to Xinxiang, "This thing of yours, its speed should not be as fast as me." C-3392, Xian, Fei's promise. C-3392, Xian, Fei's promise. Although Xinxiang's 6 realms mirrors could float, it couldn't float that high, and Peng Guchuan could fly high in the sky. "All right." Xinxiang nodded. Peng Guchuan transformed into a giant rock, rolled up a tornado at the same time, and sucked Xinxiang inside, allowing Xinxiang to land on his back. Then he flapped his wings, flying toward Great Peng Palace. The feathers on Peng Guchuan's body were silver white, which was also a very unique color. "Uncle, have you heard of any powerful humans that have been here before?" Xunxiang asked. This was a question that he was more concerned about. The reason he came over was to find Sun Ancestor. "Not only have I heard of it, I've also seen it. He has all sorts of strange techniques, just like you, young man." Pang Guchuan said, but that was many years ago. At that time, I met them and wanted to make them stay, but they refused me. They said that they wanted to go to some land of creation. How many are there? Shan Xiang never thought that there would be so many people. He guessed that it should be the sun ancestor and the rest. 2. An old man and a child. Pang Guchuan said, especially that kid. Don't look at how young he is. Even if he is strong, I am still no match for him. Gu Tong looked just like a young boy, while Sun Ancestor was an old man. They had actually come together to this place. No wonder they had been missing for such a long time. Although Shan Xiang did not know what kind of place the land of creation was, judging by its name, it was an extremely extraordinary place. Uncle, do you know which direction they're going in? Shan Xiang was also curious about the land of creation and wanted to take a look. I don't know, because even they don't know where it is. Pang Guchuan sighed. Initially, the humans that came here weren't limited to just the 2 of them. There are also quite a few. It's just that I have never seen them before. Shen Xiang no longer asked about this matter. He was sure that Sun Ancestor and Gu Tong had come here before. Uncle, the Aohan holy bead is so important to your rock. Will the elders in your clan agree? Shin Xiang asked. Even if you don't agree, I still have to. After all, the Aohan holy bead is mine. I said before that if I really needed it, I could take it away. Pang Guchuan said, don't worry, the old man in my rock is still not bad. I don't really believe you. I keep having the feeling that they don't treat Xian Fei very well. Shin Xiang said, although he had never seen those seniors before, looking at the way Peng Profoundfai was using the Aohan holy bead. Those seniors were slowly reducing the time Peng Profoundfai had to use the Aohan holy bead. When Peng Profoundfai came out of the Yu Yao Manor, she was right by her side. When she was in the Yu Yao Manor earlier, Su Meiyao had already told her that she wouldn't let her follow him and let her stay in the Great Peng Palace to accompany her parents. After all, staying far from her family was extremely difficult for his. Father, the first thing you should do when you return is to give the Aohan holy bead to Shin Xiang. Peng Profoundfai replied, I'm worried about some unforeseen event. Because of Peng Kanyo's cunning uncle, Peng Profoundfai had become suspicious of his clan's elders. Don't worry about that. I'll definitely do it. Peng Guchuan was extremely grateful to Shin Xiang for saving his daughter. He would rather die than let anything happen to Peng Profoundfai, so he was very willing to gift an Aohan holy bead to Shin Xiang. Peng Profoundfai was silent for a moment, then looked at Shin Xiang and said, Father, I previously announced a bounty. As long as I can save you from Python demon race, I will marry him and give him the Aohan holy bead. Peng Profoundfai seemed to have made a great deal of decision before she spoke of this matter. Xian Fei, I only want the Aohan holy bead. Don't think too much about it. What I said before was just a joke. Shen Xiang anxiously said he could not bear to watch this girl leave his parents. But I want to be honest. Peng Profoundfai said in a low voice. Peng Guchuan was silent for a while, then said, That's right, you have to be honest. Now that you have grown up and have the strength of late period of world-defying holy realm, you should be able to go out and adventure. If there are no Aohan holy bead in the clan, the situation will become a little chaotic, so you should follow this young lad. Peng Guchuan had also thought about it carefully. Shen Xiang had Aohan holy bead and was an alchemist with all kinds of mysterious techniques at his side. He could even cure the snake poison that was extremely difficult to cure. Shin Xiang had charged into the Python demon races, Snake, Nest Alone, and saved him. Just this point made him admire Peng Profoundfai's ability. It would definitely be able to grow even better if he stayed by Shin Xiang's side. I'd rather not. As parents, you definitely don't want your children to be far away from you. I don't know where I'm going. Shin Xiang immediately tried to S-H-I plus RK her. Peng Profoundfai looked at Shin Xiang with hidden bitterness. But Shin Xiang was unable to bear with his sad eyes and anxiously asked Su Meiyao, Sister Meiyao, you spirit demon, did you let her do this? No, I told her not to take her away. Su Meiyao said, since she has no objections and her father has no objections, you can take her away. I'll take it if you don't want it. She was a little reluctant to part with Peng Profoundfai, since it was as if she was in a new world in the Yu Yao manor. She felt that if her father had no objections, she would be willing to follow Xinxiang. Do you dislike me? Peng Profoundfai whispered. Of course not. All right, I'll bring you along. If I get the Aohan holy bead, I might have to leave. Xinxiang said. N. Peng Profoundfai revealed a bright smile. Peng Guchuan had already flown back to the Great Peng Palace, and upon his return he immediately brought Xinxiang and Peng Profoundfai to the stone room where the Aohan holy bead restored. Elder, you're back. An old man guarding the door saw Peng Guchuan and was pleasantly surprised. Who's inside? Peng Guchuan said. Third elder. The old gatekeeper said. Oh, let him out. I want the Aohan holy bead. Peng Guchuan said very straightforwardly. I was saved by this young man. My daughter once promised him that she would give the Aohan holy bead to him. Who didn't know about Peng Profoundfai's bounty? Furthermore, she had obtained the consent of all the elders within the clan back then, and now that Peng Guchuan had returned, she had to fulfill her promise. The two old men who were guarding the door thought it was natural as well. They hurriedly knocked on the door and called for the third elder. At this time, Peng Profoundfai sent a sound transmission to Xinxiang. This third elder is Peng Kanyo's little brother and is also my uncle. It was actually Peng Kanyo's little brother. Xinxiang felt that there would most likely be a problem because Peng Kanyo had to do such a big thing. There should be a problem. Tell your dad to pay attention to this guy, Xinxiang said to Peng Profoundfai through sound transmission. Peng Guchuan had been scammed once, so there definitely wouldn't be a second time. Peng Xuanfei and Xinxiang stood behind Peng Guchuan, and Peng Guchuan waited for the people inside to come out and squeezing strength, because in any case he would bring soul-defying sacred pearl back today. Peng Xuanfei and Xinxiang stood behind Peng Guchuan, and Peng Guchuan waited for the people inside to come out and squeezing strength, because in any case he would bring soul-defying sacred pearl back today. Before he contributed soul-defying sacred pearl, but it caused greed, Peng Kanyo to kill him and her daughter in order to get soul-defying sacred pearl. Peng Guchuan was very angry and chilling about this matter, and he now began to suspect that some of the elders within their great Peng family might have such an idea. Peng Kanyo should have been rushed back. Inside is his younger brother Peng Kanchan. Wait for us to pay attention to the face of Peng Kanchan. Peng Xuanfei gave Xinxiang sound transmission. The door of this chamber was suddenly opened, which made Peng Kanchan very confused. When he came out from inside, he saw Peng Guchuan standing at the door. When Peng Guchuan came back, Peng Kanchan immediately stunned and couldn't speak with his eyes wide open. He seemed to know something. After Peng Kanchan reacted, he rushed to soul-defying sacred pearl, but Peng Guchuan was faster. When rush over, he shot Peng Kanchan against the wall. Hey, do you want to take possession of my soul-defying sacred pearl? Peng Guchuan angrily said. The move of Peng Kanchan just made the two old men who watched the door feel very abnormal. Peng Kanchan, upon seeing Peng Guchuan coming back, the first reaction was to capture the soul-defying sacred pearl. At first glance, he knew he wanted to take it for himself. Peng Guchuan has taken soul-defying sacred pearl in his hands. He glared at Peng Kanchan, shouted, I know what you guys do, I know. Peng Guchuan, what are you talking about? Why are you hitting me? Peng Kanchan's strength is not as good as Peng Guchuan. He can't understand why Peng Guchuan will appear here. The news of Peng Guchuan's return soon spread. After the old man in the family knew it, they rushed in. They came here and saw Peng Guchuan holding soul-defying sacred pearl in his hand, and he knew that things were not good. Guchuan, you are back. What is going on here? asked an old man with a long white hair on his beard. Hey! I was in the middle of Peng Kanyo, this brat conspiracy. He joined forces with Demon Clan to start with me, and he also twice killed Xuanfei twice. Fortunately, this little brother divine ability is vast. I am from Demon Clan. The snake's nest was rescued and helped me detoxify. Before Xuanfei released a reward. Now we want the object promised, so I have to give soul-defying sacred pearl to this little brother. Peng Guchuan said. He handed soul-defying sacred pearl to Xinxiang. After Xinxiang took it, hastily put it away. Soul-defying sacred pearl actually gave it to others. Peng Kanchan was crazy and roared. Peng Kanyo, you be A-S-T-A-R-D, such a precious thing. How can you give it to outsiders casually? Isn't this all good for your brothers? You deliberately set up such a plan in order to get soul-defying sacred pearl. Peng Guchuan didn't feel bad when he gave soul-defying sacred pearl to Xinxiang's. Guchuan, you are doing this wrong. You should have discussed it with us. Great Peng Patriarch coldly said, and then gave a look to a few old men around him. The old men have surrounded Xinxiang, and Xinxiang has soul-defying sacred pearl in his hands. It is a very precious thing for their great Peng family. Although it is Peng Guchuan, they have used it for so many years and have long regarded themselves as themselves. It's gone. In this case, why did you allow me to post a reward? That's got your consent. Do you plan this with Peng Kanyo? Peng Xuanfei was completely angry. The great Peng family's patriarch and several elders are obviously to repent. They don't talk, patriarch coldly said. I don't care, in short, soul-defying sacred pearl must stay. Otherwise no one can leave here. Brat, can you take Xuanfei to leave? Peng Guchuan solemnly asked. No problem. When Xinxiang's voice fell, Peng Xuanfei entered the hidden jade villa. Then a teleport came to the outside of the stone. While using the anti-strength stealth, a few moments came outside. Just as Xinxiang just left the secret room, Peng Guchuan screamed, and a violent thunder fire rushed out from the ground. Russ. H-I plus into the sky, in the stone room below the deep ground, pierced by Peng Guchuan. Peng Guchuan with a huge deep hole flying out. His strength is still very strong. When he first got soul-defying sacred pearl, he secretly used a period of time. Father went to find my mother. It seems that he intends to take the mother away from the great Peng family. Peng Xuanfei was relieved after learning about the situation outside, and her father did not fall into the hands of Patriarch. That's all right. Xinxiang didn't know Patriarch. They had some agreement with Peng Kanyo, but their performance can be seen. They have long been dissatisfied with soul-defying sacred pearl, and Peng Guchuan had been harmed by Peng Kanyo before. The situation allowed him to make a decision immediately and leave the great Peng family. Now, if wanted to find your parents, Xinxiang asked. He was still in Great Peng's sacred city. Don't go now. Peng Xuanfei is just Yu. She has a certain rapport with her parents. Although they have no goodbye, they don't say anything. Peng Guchuan had previously seen Xinxiang's strength and knew that Xinxiang could protect Peng Xuanfei, so he assured Peng Xuanfei followed Xinxiang. The Peng Kanyo guy must not be allowed to live. Xinxiang frowned and said, Xuanfei, do you know where the ice room is? Not in the great Peng palace. Peng Xuanfei heard Xinxiang ask this question and know what Xinxiang is thinking. I know. I will take you there, not in the great Peng palace. Peng Xuanfei hurriedly said, Maybe my father will go to that place, those poisoned great Peng. A few are old people, and both it's inexplicable poisoning, maybe it's Peng Kanyo. After experiencing this series of things, Peng Xuanfei has become more savvy and can think of many things at once. Under the guidance of Peng Xuanfei, Xinxiang went to the ice room with the fastest speed. The ice chamber is outside the great Peng sacred city, some distance from the great Peng palace, the earliest place for the great Peng family. Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths flying through the soul demon's sacred forest. head to the ancient habitat of the great Peng family. 2 days later, Xinxiang finally arrived. This place is special. The trees here are very huge, and Xinxiang has seen the biggest batch of trees in Soul Demon's sacred forest. These trees were very large because they were nourished by great Peng. Peng Xuanfei said, "There is a seam here, and the ice chamber is built below." Under the guidance of Peng Xuanfei, Xinxiang found the seam, only 4 or 5 feet wide, and did not bottom out, playing dark. "Let me take you there." Peng Xuanfei took Xinxiang's hand, then flapped his wings and fell down. If it wasn't flying, it would be very difficult. Peng Xuanfei fell for a little half an hour. Finally, the following is very dark. Xinxiang took out a piece of luminous stone to illuminate. Peng Xuanfei fell for a little half an hour. Finally, the following is very dark. Xinxiang took out a piece of luminous stone to illuminate. Just in front. Peng Xuanfei walked deep into the ground with Xinxiang. After a long journey, Peng Xuanfei stood on the rock wall and looked at the rock wall carefully. She frowned. "Father didn't come. I thought he would come. But no problem. We will save all the great Peng inside. Come out." Peng Xuanfei pushed the rock wall hard, and after seeing the rock wall sinking, there was a stone gate. Turning stone gate on, a cold air rushed over and let Xinxiang scream. "Go in." Peng Xuanfei took the glowing stone and walked in front. "I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of ice and cold air. Xinxiang, if you don't use strength to resist the cold, it will definitely be frozen. There are 8 great Peng poisoned in total, and we will help them detoxify," said Peng Xuanfei. Bai Yuyu and Su Maiyao came out of Hidden Jade Villa, and Xinxiang released a barrier with divine mirror of 6 paths, covering the 8 ice cages and isolating it from the cold. Then, carefully melt the ice and put detoxification Dan in the mouth of those great Peng to detoxify them. After the busy work, it has been more than an hour, and the 8 great Peng demons are relatively old and not weak. They should all be in the elder level. They are all fighting with the old drug lords, flying back after poisoning. Great Peng, so it will be frozen here. After seeing the 8 old men regain their spirits, Peng Xuanfei briefly told them about the great Peng family and made them angry. They all said that they would help Peng Guquan. The 8 old men left the ground and adjusted to the ground. They were poisoned for many years and took some time to recover. They were resting in the great Peng ancient land. "I don't know if my parents will come here," said Peng Xuanfei. "Should come, they have been disappointed with the great Peng family, so they will come to this old place to see." An old man said with a smile, "They all know Peng Xuanfei. When Peng Xuanfei was born, I am very impressed." After a few days, Peng Guquan really came, and together with Peng Xuanfei's mother. Peng Xuanfei's mother is a middle-aged woman, and Peng Xuanfei looks a little like her. Among the great Peng people, there are several kinds of great Peng: Golden Peng, Fire Peng, Thunder Peng, etc. While Peng Xuanfei's mother is Fire Peng and Peng Guquan is a very special Thunder Fire. Peng Guquan didn't expect Xinxiang and Peng Xuanfei to come here. They saw the old people who were poisoned in the same year, and immediately understood that it was Xinxiang to help them detoxify. "What happened to Guquan, the great Peng family?" asked an old man. "It's hard to say. In short, there is a traitor among the great Peng people, colluding with demon clan together." Peng Guquan told the old man what he knew. Before the 8 olds had heard, Peng Xuanfei simply said, and now they hear the details more angry. "You have some prestige in the great Peng family. It's better to do this. You will promote this and let the great Peng who wants to continue to follow you here. We will build a new great Peng family." An old man said, "Many great Peng must be kept in the dark. If they know the truth of this matter, they should act." Peng Xuanfei was with her mother at the moment, and she didn't know what to say. Before she thought she couldn't see her mother again before she left. After a few days of rest here, Xinxiang also asked Su Maiyao and 3 girls Pill Spirit to refine more detoxification Dan. He handed these detoxification Dan to Peng Guchuan, and then they might have to poison the demon confrontation. You may need detoxification Dan at that time. Peng Guchuan has already sent a message to Great Peng's sacred city. Many Great Peng birds have seen Peng Guchuan come back before. So after they learned about it, they chose to believe Peng Guchuan. After all, Peng Guchuan was caught by the poisonous demon. Peng Guchuan itself has a strong strength, not to be concealed. It is difficult to be caught by the poisonous demon. Great Peng has gradually come to many Great Peng birds. The Great Peng Palace has experienced a crisis. Many Great Peng birds who have been favored by Peng Guchuan have flew to the Great Peng. Great Peng is very lively at this time. Many Great Peng birds know that Peng Guchuan does not have soul-defying sacred pearl, but they don't mind. It is because of soul-defying sacred pearl that Peng Guchuan can be saved. Otherwise, they are great. The Peng family will cooperate with the poisonous demon. Over the years, many Great Peng birds have hated the poisonous demon, and the tops of their Great Peng family have been slandered with poisonous demon, which makes them very atmosphere. So after they learned the truth, they came here. The more trouble this matter, the more demon clan in the neighborhood knows. They are very angry Peng Kanyo collusion with the poisonous demon, because they think carefully you can understand the consequences of the poisonous demon collusion, Peng Kanyo. This clearly want to dominate Soul Demon's sacred forest. Therefore, the cities around all supported Peng Guchuan to build the new Great Peng sacred city, and all of them sent people to build a city centered on the Great Peng ancient land. Xinxiang did not leave. He stayed here, and Pa S said the method of refining detoxification Dan to several old alchemists. After the masters of alchemists, they were very happy. They all agreed to Xinxiang and would like to join the Great Peng family. Peng family refining detoxification Dan. As long as they have detoxification Dan, they're not afraid of Demon Clan. In the blink of an eye, a month Pa S said, with the help of many soul demon, the new city was built, and the Great Peng sacred city saved was not as lively as it used to be. How did you do it? Let Peng Guchuan take soul-defying sacred pearl away. Now, we don't have soul-defying sacred pearl. All the members go to Peng Guchuan. We are now regarded as poisonous demon. Peng Kanyo is very angry. Brother, it's better for us to join forces with Demon Clan. If we join a few, Demon Clan will be stronger, said Peng Kanshin. The old patriarch angrily said, Do you dare to blame us? Is it not your own mistakes? Peng Xuanfei, a little girl, you actually undying, and that is all this is the mysterious human being around her. This is called Xinxiang's guy. Strength is very mysterious. That is, he mixed into Demon Clan to save Peng Guchuan, only to mess with our plan. And you have been responsible for Peng Xuanfei. You should fight to kill this brat. It's all too slow for you to react. Otherwise, as long as we have soul-defying sacred pearl, there is nothing to be afraid of. Nothing is gone now. We joined Demon Clan, and it is also controlled. We must not join them, otherwise we will only, Peng Kanyo angrily said, Let's try. Can you get rid of this by old ancestor in the family? Great Peng, the oldest and oldest of the Great Peng family, is still in Soul Demon's sacred forest, Peng Kanyo. They also know where the old ancestor is. They are now leaving. After all, there is a patriarch, which was still this ancient Great Peng was ordered. The city was built, and people and Soul Demon are getting more and more. And Xinxiang feels it is time to go to the depths of Soul Demon's sacred forest. The city was built, and people and Soul Demon are getting more and more. And Xinxiang feels it is time to go to the depths of Soul Demon sacred forest. Xuanfei, are you sure you want to go with us? Xinxiang asked. If you really go, you don't know when you can come back. Well, I have already confirmed. Peng Xuanfei has already made a decision. There was a loud noise outside, and Peng Xuanfei hastily walked out of the house and saw that there were many great Pengs flying in one direction. And there was a whistling sound there. This is the call from the old ancestor mother. Peng Xuanfei was shocked. I have to go see. After Peng Xuanfei finished, He vacated and flew in the direction of the sound. Shen Xiang hasn't reacted yet. Peng Xuanfei has already flown far away. He hastily entered the divine mirror of 6 paths and followed. At this time, all the great Pengs in the city are flying in that direction. What exactly is this old ancestor mother? So prestige. Shen Xiang thought in the divine mirror of 6 paths, probably the guy who gave birth to the entire great Peng family. You should know how Soul Demon was born, Feng Ke said. This old ancestor mother appeared. I think it was created to solve the current contradiction. Maybe it's Peng Kanyo, they called it. The gathering place is first stage away from the great Peng ancient land. When Shen Xiang went there, I saw a large platform with many huge trunks. On the high platform stood a white-haired old grandma with a cane and a little hunchback, wearing a plain gray coat, although she gives a feeling of great changes. The skin on her face is very delicate. Shen Xiang guessed that this is the grandmother of the great Peng family. Xuanfei is there. After Shen Xiang came out of divine mirror of 6 paths, she quietly came to Peng Xuanfei, and Peng Xuanfei and her parents were together. I have heard about your business, and it's not too small. You are really disappointed with this group of younger generations. Great Peng old ancestor sighed, and his voice was helpless. Grandmother, since you know it, then you said how to deal with Peng Kanyo. They colluded with Demon Clan. Peng Guchuan glared at Peng Kanyo, several of them. Collaborate with the evil Demon Clan. Frame the compatriots, can you let them go? Grandma, don't listen to him. He just wants to do patriarch himself, so he made such a lie. Peng Kanyo said with a sneer. This is just a word of his side. Don't listen to him. Yes, Peng Guchuan is making up for us by using soul-defying sacred pearl and my good reputation in the great Peng family. Patriarch said, Peng Guchuan is not poisoned at all, he just pretends, with his own wife and the daughter united to deceive us. Great Peng old ancestor screamed, You all shut up! Peng Kanyo, several of them have already planned to die and refuse to admit it because there is no evidence, so they believe that they will certainly have nothing to do. I remember that you have already had snake venom, but now you can get rid of it. What is this? Great Peng old ancestor looked at the 8 old men who had been detoxified by Xinxiang. Hearing Great Peng old ancestor, Peng Kanyo, these few carefully looked at the 8 old men because this 8 old poison for a long time has been frozen in the cold room, so that Peng Kanyo and Great Peng Patriarch almost forgot. Now take a closer look, actually standing here. Peng Kanyo picked them up in their hearts, because Peng Guchuan has mastered the way to understand the poison, so Peng Guchuan can detoxify after poisoning, which makes sense. This is mainly thanks to the little friend that Xuanfei knows. He has Detoxification Dan, which is what he helped us to read. An old man said, Grandma, you must know that Guchuan is the little friend who rescued from the snake's nest. Out, so I will give him soul-defying sacred pearl. Peng Kanyo, they looked at Xinxiang, and they were angry at it because Xinxiang destroyed all their plans, and the brat that killed the knife made him hate it. Grandma, now you should believe that I was taken away by Demon Clan. I have been poisoned for many years. It is Xinxiang who detoxified me. Peng Guchuan said, I decided to do this. Great Peng old ancestor nodded and looked at Xinxiang. I don't know if I can give me a detoxification, Dan, let me? Of course. Shen Xiang immediately threw a pale green detoxification Dan. After eating Great Peng old ancestor, his face was a little surprised and then nodded again and again. Not bad. Actually, this is the idea of refining detoxification Dan. Why didn't I think of it? It was a very simple thing, but I think it is complicated. After the frozen 8 old poisoned, the Great Peng old ancestor came out to detoxify them, but did not succeed, and then worked hard on detoxification Dan until now. There is still no breakthrough. Guchuan, can you come up with solid evidence to prove that Kuin Yao collaborated with Demon Clan? If not, this will be done. Great Peng old ancestor said that she is now somewhat embarrassed. S said, I Panguchuan gritted his head at the catching Pang Kanyo. I know you didn't. Hey, now everyone should see it. I am innocent. Panguchuan has framed me. Pang Kanyo pointed to Panguchuan angrily said, You destroy my reputation. You must be held accountable. Responsibility. Well, Pang Kanchan wants to S-N-A-T-C-H my soul defying sacred pearl that day. Why? The two elders can prove that not only Pang Kanchan wants to S-N-A-T-C-H soul defying sacred pearl, but Patriarch has several elders who want to stop me. Soul defying sacred pearl is my thing. I also said it when I gave it out. I can take it away at any time. Panguchuan asked Pang Kanchan and Patriarch a few of them. The two elders stood up and took all the sights they saw on the same day. They were not with Pang Kanyo. When the family split, they both went to the great Pang old ancestor for the first time. After that, they did not contact Pang Kanyo and Panguchuan at all, and their words were very credible. Pang Kanchan couldn't explain this. At the beginning, he did fight and grabbed it, and he also killed in tent dashing. The most difficult thing to explain was Patriarch. They surrounded the two juniors, Xinxiang and Peng Xuanfei. It's all because they've been saddened by the fact that soul-defying sacred pearl fell into a human hand and made a fuss. No wonder soul-defying sacred pearl is very useful for our great Peng family, for the benefit of the whole family. Patriarch, I will make this mistake. Pang Kanyo said loudly, Black is said to be white, which makes Pang Guchuan angry. Pang Guchuan, what else do you have to say? We are loyal to the great Peng family, but you are framed by this villain. Pang Kanyo said with a sneer, My heart is very haughty. Wait, I have evidence. Xinxiang suddenly said. He took out a big crystal ball, and he controlled the crystal ball to float to the sky so that everyone could see it. I saw a few figures in the crystal ball, and it was Pang Kanyo and the old poisonous sea Croaches. It's an old fellow of Demon Clan. I haven't seen them for a long time. Great Peng old ancestor squinted and stared at the crystal ball. Then, crystal ball sends out the sound. 3 old, when can you help Panguchuan get rid of the poison at the earliest? This is the voice of Pang Kanyo. It takes at least 5 months. We have helped him detoxify with the fastest speed. This guy is too strong. If we didn't use it as poisonously, we will definitely lose a lot of money. Demon Clan will definitely lose a lot. He is not dead. Very powerful. This is the voice of the old drug lord. Oh, now is very urgent. If you don't hurry, I'm afraid I can't get soul-defying sacred pearl. If I take Pang Guchuan back now, I have a higher status in the great Peng family and I can get soul-defying sacred pearl immediately. After Pang Guchuan was poisoned, Yuan Qi would definitely be hurt and it would be difficult to compete with me for Patriarch. Don't you say that you want to kill the little girl? Also sacrificed a little demon. Don't mention it. It's a wicked door. It can't be successful twice. It can obviously poison her, but she can always detoxify herself. Say, your poison is not going to work? Why is she always not dead? All of the above were discovered by Xinxiang on the same day. I heard it from the ear, and he extracted this memory with a secret method for everyone to watch. Pang Kanyo stunned. He didn't expect Xinxiang to have this hand. At this time he was sweating, and Patriarch was the same. After seeing the 2 elders, they were anxious and immediately rushed over, engulfing Pang Kanyo, and more than a dozen old men in the great Peng family rushed to surround them. Pang Kanyo, what else do you have to say? Pang Guchuan took a deep breath. Xinxiang but helped a lot. Pang Kanyo's face twitched. He really did not think that Xinxiang would do such a thing. Pang Kanyo's face twitched. He really did not think that Xinxiang would do such a thing. This is all a trick created by the little human Xinxiang, and he's lying to you all. Pang Kanyo said loudly, Could it be that none of you believe me? Rock old ancestor laughed coldly. It's not that I don't believe you, but you're just full of nonsense. Those old poison pythons are usually well hidden and won't show their faces easily. I'm sure that if this brat didn't see them with his own eyes, He definitely wouldn't be able to do it. The things that we saw just now were all released from his memory, so I believe that this must be true. Pan Kanyo was unable to say anything. He already had no way to argue, and this was originally the truth. Go to Hell. Pan Kanyo roared out, transforming into a gigantic rock. However, the moment he transformed, Rock Old Ancestor had already made her move. No one knew what she did, but a gigantic ball of blue light suddenly appeared in the air. The huge ball of light smashed down from the sky and struck Pan Kanyo. After being struck by the gigantic ball of blue light, Pan Kanyo's huge body immediately ignited with blue flames. Everyone could hear Pan Kanyo crazily howling as he flapped his wings and flew around in the air. Those few clan leaders had long been captured by Pang Guchuan and the others, and they would receive extremely severe punishments. The Rock Old Ancestor flew into the air, the cane in his hand flew out and stabbed into Pan Kanyo's head, causing him to immediately fall from the sky, his huge body still burning with blue flames. Go and extinguish the flames over there. Rock Old Ancestor sighed. She had watched these Rock-s grow up like her own children, but now that they had committed such a grave mistake, she had no choice but to ruthlessly destroy them. Otherwise, he would definitely continue to make mistakes in the future. If he had admitted his wrongs, the Rock Old Ancestor might not have killed him. Instead, she had imprisoned him and allowed him to live the rest of his life. Gu Quan, I'll leave the rock race in your hands. I won't care about the matters here in the future. It's too tiring and too injured. Rock Old Ancestor sighed, then looked at Peng Profoundfi. Xian Fei, come over here. Rock Old Ancestor also knew that Peng Profoundfi was a very special existence. She was born white, and her talent was not bad either. Peng Profoundfi walked over to Rock Old Ancestor's side. Grandmother, what is it? Peng Profoundfi asked in a low voice. I want to go to a place. You can come with me. Rock Old Ancestor looked at Chen Xiang, as if he already knew that Peng Profoundfi was going to follow him. When Chen Xiang heard this, he had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the Rock Old Ancestor grabbed Peng Profoundfi and flew into the sky, transforming into a blue light that flew into the distance and disappeared in an instant. Qin Xiang looked at Peng Guchuan and his wife. Peng Profoundfi had already said that she would go with him, and Su Meiyao was still looking forward to it. But now that she was kidnapped by the Rock Old Ancestor, who knows where she would go to? Uncle, where is your grandmother going? Qin Xiang was very depressed in his heart. If he had Peng Profoundfi in the Yu Yao Mountain Villa, it would be even more lively inside. I don't know, but grandmother said before that if one day she wants to leave Rock Race, she will go find Tao Creation Place. Peng Guchuan also didn't think that the Rock Old Ancestor would take Peng Profoundfi away like this. All right, that is also my goal. Chen Xiang looked at the sky. He could only go there to find Peng Profoundfi. The Rock Old Ancestor was the strongest rock here. Its flying speed was definitely very fast. If Chen Xiang wanted to go up there, he would definitely be too late. Fortunately, the Aohan Holy Bead was in his hands, and he could let Su Meiyao and the others use it to cultivate on the way there. You must be careful on your journey. Find the Tao Creation Place. The journey is dangerous. Peng Guchuan warned. I got it, uncle. Farewell. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he ran off without a trace. D.A.M. Ned, old woman. She actually kidnapped my gentle and lovely Xian Fei. I must S.N.A.T.C.H her back. Since Su Meiyao had a temper inside the Yu Yao Mountain Villa, she couldn't blame Qin Xiang either, because no one would have expected the Rock Old Ancestor to do such a thing. Sigh, we can't let Xian Fei carry me flying. Long Shui was also very depressed. The Six Realms Mirrors was flying at a very fast speed. He had previously only seen the direction the Rock Old Ancestor was flying in, so he was not sure if the Tao Creation Place was over there or not. At this time, Baiyu had already used Aohun Holy Bead to cultivate, so she needed to raise her strength. Only then would she be able to wield even more power, and only when Chen Xiang was in danger would she be able to help Qin Xiang. Qin Shuang said, "Qin Xiang, let me go out and see if I can find the transmission array my grandfather left here," something like that. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up. He anxiously asked the 6 realms mirrors to stop. Qin Shuang was always able to find the ancient transmission array laid out by the super young old ancestor. This wasn't by coincidence, but because she had her own way. Qin Xiang and Qin Shuang came out from the 6 realms mirrors. Qin Shuang saw that Qin Shuang was holding onto a very small disc. He took a look at it and saw that it was a very small array disc, but it was very complicated. Normally, this very complicated round would mostly be the transmission array. If one could teleport from a world above the myriad Tao, then this kind of transmission array would be even more complicated. What kind of array disc is this? Qin Xiang still asked. A small-scale transmission array was given to me by my grandmother. It would be even easier to find the transmission array my grandfather had set up. Qin Shuang said, "As long as you place the things on this little formation plate and activate the teleportation. If you can teleport out successfully, it would mean that there are transmission array S that my grandfather built nearby." Qin Shuang held the transmission array in this way and activated it in all directions. But the stone on top was unable to teleport out. "Come on up. Give it a try every time we walk a certain distance. After all, the distance we can travel is limited." Qin Xiang allowed the 6 realms mirrors to grow a little, allowing the 2 of them to sit on it. The 6 realms mirrors quickly flew up, and Qin Xiang used counterpower invisibility, so he was still very safe. My grandfather has a habit. Every time he goes to a place, he hopes to build a transmission array, and these transmission array can always be teamed together. If you have enough energy, you can teleport very far away. Qin Shuang said, this was something that Qin Xiang firmly believed in. Previously, on the small island inside the Divine Dragon Lake, there was a transmission array that was connected to the Divine Soil restricted area. After the 6 realms mirrors flew for a few days, the stone on top of Qin Shuang's formation plate suddenly disappeared. "Qin Xiang, stop!" Qin Shuang anxiously shouted. Qin Xiang was only paying attention to the situation around him, so he did not notice the formation plate, but upon hearing Qin Shuang's screams, he stopped the 6 realms mirrors. Qin Shuang really found a nearby teleportation formation, and now it is more certain that the Sun Old Ancestor has been here. Qin Shuang really found a nearby teleportation formation, and now it is more certain that the Sun Old Ancestor has been here. Great, but now how do you know where the teleportation formation is? Qin Xiang asked. This formation plate can determine the direction. Qin Shuang clenched the small formation plate, injecting an energy, letting the formation plate emit light, and then she rotated in place. When she rotated, the formation plate was bright. She immediately stopped. That is the direction of the ancient teleportation formation. After determining the direction, Qin Xiang immediately accelerated the flight of Divine Mirror of 6 paths. Where is your grandfather's teleportation formation taking me to where we are? Qin Xiang is very curious. I don't know, but when it's time to open, most of them need Crystal Emperor. Qin Shuang light with a smile. You may need to use Crystal Emperor at that time. Qin Xiang also has a few Crystal Emperors, which he doesn't use now, but if he used to open teleportation formation, he still has some reluctance. The Crystal Emperor is also a form of energy. I don't know if I can eat it for pill spirit. Can they condense the Crystal Emperor? Qin Xiang said this is his identity. If pill spirit can do it, he will not use it later. I have been refining the Crystal Emperor for a long time. Although he can refine it, he needs to stay in time domain for a long time and will sneak out the birds. Sister Maiyao, do you say this is possible? Qin Xiang asked. Su Maiyao also knows how to use the derivative method and the collision method, but there is no such extreme thing as Xinxiang, but she can also refine the Crystal Emperor. She had talked to Xinxiang before, but she needed more time than Xinxiang. Of course it is possible. I asked the 3 little girls, Sima Yao said. 3 girls Pill Spirit are playing with Long Shui Haha at this time. Long Shui is very easy to practice, so she spends most of her time playing. According to her, only physical and mental pleasure. She promotes the speed is fast. The original girl Pill Spirit is very quiet, but since Long Shui came, it has started to be a bit wild, and it is estimated that it will take a long time to evolve into a wild donkey. After asking about 3 girls Pill Spirit, Sima Yao said to Xinxiang, they said yes, they need about 20 Crystal Emperors. Let one of Hua Hua and Li Li eat, that's all right, and then their sisters will practice the twin technique of AS, simulation. Xinxiang said, your Pill Spirit should not be able to practice the twin technique with them. After all, different bloodlines, of course not. Sima Yao said, but don't worry, wait until Hua Hua and Lili successfully condense the Crystal Emperor, and then give my Pill Spirit to eat, that's all right. To refine 20 Crystal Emperors, this can take a lot of time. I am now a world-defying Sacred Realm middle stage. Using multiple first-level collision methods and refining simulation technique should save more time. Xinxiang did not enter world-defying Sacred Realm during the last refining. Now he can be many times stronger than before, and he can use the mysterious ancient fire. Divine Mirror of 6 Paths when flying a long journey. Qin Shuang will use the formation plate to confirm the direction, so that Xinxiang can fly more accurately to the place where the teleportation formation is located. 2 days later, Xinxiang and Qin Shuang found the teleportation formation, which was not very big and could only stand in a few people. Your grandfather has hidden this legend, Xinxiang said with a smile. He and Qin Shuang are in the tree hole of a big tree. If Qin Shuang is not using the formation plate, it is normal. It is hard to find. There are many such giant trees in Soul Demon's sacred forest, and they are very vast. There is no such thing as Soul Demon will notice this big tree. Now want to open teleportation formation, or wait for Pill Spirit to evolve successfully? Qin Shuang asked. When they evolved, they can't catch up with the old woman anyway. Xinxiang knows that he has been smashed away by Great Peng Old Ancestor. He wants to find Great Peng Old Ancestor and can only go to the innocent. Good. Qin Shuang can wait, because once Pill Spirit has evolved successfully, it means that there will be endless Crystal Emperor in the future, and she is excited to think about it. After Qin Shuang and Xinxiang left the teleportation formation, they created a secret tree hole in a nearby tree, and Xinxiang refining the Crystal Emperor. When Xinxiang Alchemy uses Time Domain, Qin Shuang enters Hidden Jade Villa and does not have to wait for many days. Xinxiang can be successfully refining. It's time to start refining this boring thing. Xinxiang took out Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove and a bunch of myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal to start refining. With, I can go to Comprehend Tao Creation spell. Xinxiang S-H-I plus Ness, and now the first level of Tao Creation spell has been realized by him. He can instantly use the energy to draw the perfect Tao Creation spell. Hey, for a short time now, I can try to understand second level Tao Creation spell. Xinxiang poured Divine Sense into Divine Mirror of 6 Paths to find Tao Creation spell. Tao Creation spell at second level is just one more than first level. Although there are only 2 strokes in total, it has a headache for Xinxiang. Tao Creation spell at first level is an attribute of various strengths. I don't know what second level Tao Creation spell would be like. Really looking forward to it. XAOXSD levels Tao Creation spell can directly absorb the power of world-defying without attributes, and then turn it into more powerful attribute strength, such as lightning, flame, water and frost, shock, earth, etc., are the common strength in nature. And Xinxiang can superposition these spells, such as thunder-fire oscillating superposition. It will make the released strength more violent. Water and frost, as well as wind superposition, can create a very terrifying blizzard. If superposition lightning is used, it is stormy thunder and snow more terrifying. Shan Xiang can only superposition together, but he never used it. He just thought it was very powerful. When comprehending second-level Tao creation spell, Time Pa-S said quickly. He had already produced 5 crystal emperors, but he didn't realize it within second-level Tao creation spell. This second-level Tao creation spell is not the same as the first level. The 9 Tao creation spells at first level have no commonality, and the 9 Tao creation spells at second level, from the simplest one to the most complex one, there is a certain commonality. So this second-level Tao creation spell should be able to release the same energy. Xin Xiang judged from the outline of these Tao creation spell. If I can comprehend the simplest one, then it will be much simpler and I won't need too much time. This makes Shen Xiang more curious about what kind of energy the second-level Tao creation spell can release. The 5 crystal emperors that have been refining have already been eaten by Jiang Sili. Her refining also takes a lot of time, and it has only been 3 days before. Xin Xiang is exhibiting the 3rd-level time domain. At this time, his world-defying sacred realm middle stage will not burden the 3rd-level time domain. Even if he is exhausted, he will be able to add it back soon. Comprehend Tao creation spell for Xin Xiang. It's just killing time. His refining crystal emperor is already familiar with the light and can be distracted to comprehend Tao creation spell without disturbing each other. Comprehend Tao creation spell for Xin Xiang. It's just killing time. His refining crystal emperor is already familiar with the light and can be distracted to comprehend Tao creation spell without disturbing each other. Just to make Xin Xiang very depressed, he spent 6 or 75 years in time domain, but still can't comprehend in second-level Tao creation spell. He can't use world-defying to successfully condense a Tao creation spell comes. Why is it so difficult? It's much harder than the first level. When Xin Xiang went to comprehend Tao creation spell at the first level, he felt that the second level would be harder and harder, but now he's wrong. It's too much. Xin Xiang can only continue to comprehend. He has now refining 10 crystal emperors. The crystal emperor he refines is the best quality, mainly to ensure the successful evolution of pill spirit. Now he refines the crystal emperor, which is much higher quality than his earliest refining. According to Qin Shuang, it has reached the level of the sun-old ancestor. In the blink of an eye, Xin Xiang refining 5 crystal emperors to eat for Jiang Sili, and he still hasn't condensed in second-level Tao creation spell to make him want to give up. Since they have all started, he can only continue. To understand Tao creation spell, you need to use your own world-defying power to create a Tao creation spell. It needs a charm and nature. Even if there is a little deviation, it will not succeed. Shan Xiang hasn't remembered how many times he has condensed for many years. It looks exactly the same. It is no different from those of Tao creation spell in Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. But Tao creation spell, which he condenses, can't live anymore. It is dead. If Tao creation spell is fascinated, then Tao creation spell will come alive and release the unique strength of Tao creation spell. You can't be violent, you must calm down. Flatly similarly think. Flatly similarly think. Shen Xiang warned himself that if his emotions are too terrible, then he will only fail more and more. Shen Xiang has been in time domain for more than a decade, and this time Tao creation spell, who he condensed, finally reacted, which made him ecstatic. Tao creation spell is a success. What is Tao creation spell? Xin Xiang stared at the Tao creation spell, who he had successfully condensed and was shaking slightly. Shocking strength. Xin Xiang frowned and said, "No, shock strength is not like this, and I have condensed Tao creation spell before, and I should not have it again in second level." Just when Xin Xiang was puzzled, the Tao creation spell suddenly condensed and then contracted himself, and the breath released at this time shocked Xinxiang. Self-raised. Xinxiang took a deep breath. Tao creation spell itself is the condense of Xinxiang with the power of world-defying, and the Tao creation spell has doubled its energy after a brief release of energy. Is it possible to enhance the attribute? Can you double your energy? Xinxiang was very excited. If this is the case when I am alchemy, I will paint this Tao creation spell. Can it be me? Is Dan quality doubled? Xinxiang looked at the remaining 8 Tao creation spells in Divine Mirror of 6 paths. He can be sure that those Tao creation spells should also have doubled attributes, but the added multiples will be more. For example, the second order second level Tao creation spell can be doubled. Hurry and try it on the Crystal Emperor. Xinxiang happened to have a Crystal Emperor to succeed, at which point he only had to use the melted Crystal Emperor to condense Tao creation spell. That's all right. The Crystal Emperor, although STU, RDY, turned into a liquid under the incense flame burning of Xinxiang. Xinxiang, according to the feeling just now, twisted the Crystal Emperor that was about to be condensed into a second level Tao creation spell with a strong strength. Successful. Xinxiang saw the tiny Tao creation spell formed by the Crystal Emperor and looked forward to it. The Crystal Emperor in the shape of Tao creation spell is shaking, and then it spurts out a breath, which doubles in a flash, which is equivalent to 2 Crystal Emperors. Xinxiang immediately heats the Crystal Emperor, compressing the Crystal Emperor to a smaller size and improving the quality when compressing. Although the shape of the Crystal Emperor has become square, it is strange that inside the Crystal Emperor, there is a thin second-level Tao creation spell that is as thin as a hair. If you don't look carefully, it is hard to find. Tao creation spell is still inside. It's amazing. Xinxiang handed the Crystal Emperor to Sima Yao and then successfully realized the loss of second-level Tao creation spell. You told Sima Yao to let them. Qin Shuang was very interested. She also saw Xinxiang's first-level Tao creation spell. She and Sima Yao tried to condense, but they never succeeded. Jiang Sili absorbed this Crystal Emperor and assuredly said, "Powerful energy!" Now, Jiang Sili is just eating the 16th Crystal Emperor, but she said, "Elder brother Xinxiang, I might eat this and it will evolve. This Crystal Emperor is probably only about 2 or 3 before, not enough for you to evolve." Xinxiang was very curious. "No, after eating it, I don't know why, and it has doubled inexplicably." Jiang Sili also felt strange. She felt that she absorbed a Crystal Emperor like this, 5 or 6 before the top. Later, she said it again in detail. Sima Yao said, "It must be the tiny Tao creation spell inside the Crystal Emperor. After Lili is absorbed into the body, this silk Tao creation spell still plays a role, blending with the refining Tao creation spell. The Tao creation spell, which was refining, doubled the energy. This Tao creation spell is terrifying." Xinxiang was very surprised. Now he understands why Gutong's refining weapon is so terrifying, but that's just a little bit of Tao creation spell. The energy boost is many times. This is the ability of second-level Tao creation spell. I don't know what third-level Tao creation spell would be like. Xinxiang is very curious. He feels that he doesn't need to understand second-level Tao creation spell. I can go to the third-level Tao creation spell, but it takes a long time, that's it. Jiang Sili has evolved successfully. She can condense 2 Crystal Emperors in one day. Like the laying of eggs, Xinxiang put her and Jiang Sihua into time domain. For only half a day, they practiced the twin technique. They can condense 20 Crystal Emperors for Su Maiyao's pill spirit Su Xiaoyao in 4 days at a speed of 4, and 3 pill spirits are evolved. If necessary, they can make 6 in one day. Crystal Emperor, heaven defying, is very good. His mother, who bullied me in the future, I used the Crystal Emperor to slap his uncle. Xinxiang held 6 Crystal Emperors in his hand. Haha smirked. He spent so many years in time domain. Finally, not in vain. Qin Shuang, though surprised, is used to it. She comes out of hidden jade villa, puts the crystal emperor into a groove on the teleportation formation, and then turns on teleportation formation. I don't know where I will go. I really look forward to it. After Qin Shuang finished, teleportation formation has been opened. After the teleportation formation was opened, Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang immediately came to another teleportation formation, which is still in the Soul Demon's sacred forest. After the teleportation formation was opened, Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang immediately came to another teleportation formation, which is still in the Soul Demon sacred forest. I haven't walked out of Soul Demon's sacred forest yet. Shen Xiang saw all around still a lot of trees but sighed. I don't know why Grandpa wants to get a teleportation formation here. Qin Shuang thought it would send Soul Demon's sacred forest. Shen Xiang took out Divine Mirror of Six Paths and said, "You enter hidden Jade Villa. I walk around and see what is special here. Soul Demon's sacred forest is very big. Sun Old Ancestor has made a teleportation formation here for sure, but he hasn't found it yet. Qin Shuang has entered the hidden Jade Villa, and Shen Xiang rides the Divine Mirror of Six Paths through the giant trees, which are huge towering trees that seem to be much larger overall than he has seen before. There are a lot of trees here. Is this another area of Soul Demon's sacred forest? Did the previous Soul Demon and humans never come to this place?" Shen Xiang thought secretly he controlled the Divine Mirror of Six Paths to continue flying, and soon after he saw a lot of water in front. The large giant tree in front was soaked in the water. He came to a water. The tree grows in the water, and 1/3 of the giant tree is soaked in the water. The big tree is still green and evergreen. It can be seen that these waters are more dead than the big trees, but they can make these trees become taller and more tenacious. I really came to a different area. Shen Xiang walked through a period of time in this water area and found that all around is water, endless, and giant trees are everywhere. "I don't know if there is any Soul Demon here," said Shen Xiang. "I will know when I look for it. The energy here seems to be stronger than the previous area. If there is Soul Demon here, it is definitely a strong one, and I don't know where it is," Qin Shuang said. "She has already come to the Divine Mirror of Six Paths, and Jade has to beat the clear water here. Hey, there seems to be something below." Qin Shuang frowned and said, "Look, it's a light spot, not too small." Shen Xiang immediately looked at the underwater under the direction of Qin Shuang, and it really had a big light spot. "Is this violent world defying soul?" Shen Xiang surprisedly said, "If it is violent world defying soul, why is it here and it's still big? Violent world defying soul is not only big but not much." Qin Shuang asked Shen Xiang to walk around. Shen Xiang flew the Divine Mirror of Six Paths and found that the violent world defying soul popped up from time to time under the water. "Is this the river of world defying soul river?" Shen Xiang was shocked. "If that's the case, it's dangerous here at night. Qin Shuang doesn't know about this Soul Demon's sacred forest, so she can't be sure what's going on. Below is the violent world defying soul, and still not weak violent world defying soul. Shen Xiang cannot dare to dive, otherwise it will be very dangerous. You can only continue to look for teleportation formation." Qin Shuang said, "My grandfather should have a teleportation formation here." She took out the small form plate and started to sense. Shen Xiang let Divine Mirror of Six Paths fly around, and he feels that this place is not easy. No response. This is really a bad place. Qin Shuang frowned. "I feel that this is very different from the previous Soul Demon's sacred forest, but I can't tell where it is different." Shen Xiang can only fly around and look for Soul Demon. At night, he thought that violent world defying soul had to emerge from the water, but there was no, which made him feel relieved. The violent world defying soul is so big, if it all emerges, it is very terrifying. In the next few days, Shen Xiang was looking around for Soul Demon and didn't let him down. The tree in front has a tree hole, which should be like a creature. Shen Xiang saw a tree hole far away and the tree hole was not small. When he was close, he found that more trees behind the big tree had large and small tree holes. The big trees in this area had tree holes, like a group living here or a city here. Shen Xiang has already applied anti-strength to make himself invisible. He still doesn't know what the ethnic group is. If it is that kind of murderousness, he doesn't have to show up. If it is normal, he can communicate. Just ask. Shen Xiang, who is invisible, entered this area. It was very quiet at this time, but now it is noon, which makes him feel a bit strange. Is it empty here? Has it been moved? It's no surprise that Shen Xiang's doubts are in his heart. For a long time, it's so quiet. Just when he had this idea, there was a thing flying out of the tree hole and falling into the water. Looking closely, Shen Xiang saw that the thing that fell out was a person, and it seemed to be painted with a lot of dark things, and after falling into the water, the calm water surface was suddenly undulating. Oh, a huge thing plunged from the water and entered into a black crocodile. It was a few feet long, and the person who painted black things was very small in this mouth, just barely enough to stuff your teeth. Yes, that person was swallowed by a giant crocodile. When the giant crocodile returned to the water, Shen Xiang took a deep breath. Just now, the giant crocodile came up with a head, but it was very huge. The size of the body, hidden in the water, can be imagined. After Shen Xiang returned to Ji, he looked at all the tree holes on the big trees. Many people stood in the tree hole and looked at the scene just now. There are so many people here. Of course, now Shen Xiang can't be sure if it is human. He carefully observed these people. From the point of view of wearing, they are not like the old ones. They all know how to make very nice clothes. But why do they live in the tree hole? This is the end of the rules of our rule. No matter which ethnic group you come from, come to our ancient wolf clan. As long as we violate the rules we set, we will be thrown away to feed the fish. An old man standing on a tree hole mouth said aloud, "What is this actually ancient wolf clan? It doesn't sound human." Shen Xiang now understands what happened to the man who was just thrown away. Actually, he was punished. He was thrown into the water to feed the fish. It shows that the giant crocodile is still very strong, and there must be many such giant crocodiles here. This place should be able to accommodate other ethnic groups. Shen Xiang made up his mind and went to a tree hole to see that his divine mirror of 6 paths didn't fly very high. He had to get a very short tree hole to get into the big inside the tree. Shen Xiang continued to fly around, and he suddenly noticed a group of people standing on the back of a black giant crocodile, as if by boat, and then into the tree hole of a giant tree. The giant crocodile here should be what the ancient wolf clan raised. Shen Xiang understood. Shen Xiang is now quietly entering the tree hole. He sees those people coming down from the tree hole, then walks up a staircase and enters the top of the tree. Shen Xiang is now quietly entering the tree hole. He sees those people coming down from the tree hole, then walks up a staircase and enters the top of the tree. The big trees here are very far apart, but the top canopy is very large, so most of them are connected. The thick branches can link together, and you can go to each tree. Shen Xiang has already appeared and walked up the stairs. At this time, he was inside the trunk of the giant tree. This interior has been hollowed out, but the big tree seems to be unaffected. The big tree here is like a huge building. It's not bad, so you don't have to build a house. Shen Xiang came to the top, a very lively market, and the interior of the trunk was still very large. This layer can accommodate more than 10,000 people, and there are many layers on it. Shen Xiang is here to see people, then the soul demon of the half-human and half-beast that I have seen before. Where is this? Shen Xiang is very curious. He can only go on, find a suitable place, and ask. Going up all the time, Shen Xiang finally came to a place to drink tea. Instead of trading with Myriad Tao Divine Soil, I use Myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal. But he doesn't lack this, so he can be very wealthy here. After taking a sip of tea, he felt the mellowness of the entrance and the warmth that poured into his body. He couldn't help but sigh. I don't know what to use, it's so delicious. After Xin Xiang enjoyed a few drinks, he asked for 2 pots to be placed in the hidden jade villa, so that the women inside would also taste it. Although drinking tea can't bring any improvement, it can bring a plussing feeling to the spirit. It is a kind of enjoyment and can relax. Good to drink. It seems that people here know how to enjoy. Little rascal, you hurry to find it. There is nothing to eat here. Long Shui hastily asked. She is a greedy dragon. Most like to eat delicious something is gone. When Xin Xiang was drinking tea, she saw a lonely old man coming in, just to get the most common tea, and Xin Xiang immediately took the best tea of his pot. Old mister, you are yourself. I am one not as good as we are. Shen Xiang politely said with a smile. Old man is very plain. A gray coat is old and white, but he is full of energy, giving a very lively feeling. Very happy! Old man, even if he didn't see Xin Xiang's expensive tea, he was very happy. After all, he was such a bad old man that many people disliked. Brat Xin Xiang, I don't know what old mister calls. Xin Xiang said, after pouring a cup of tea to the old man. Shui Wenba, old man He smiled. Young people, from the breath of your body, you don't seem to be Soul Clan. Old Shui is really good eyesight, but I was seen by you. Shen Xiang has a heart, said with a smile. I just came here. I don't know much about many things. I don't know if old Shui can tell 1 or 2. You are coming over human race. Here, there is human race and Soul Clan. I am human race, but I have been to Soul Clan for a long time. Shui Wenba said, so you don't need to use it. Too worried, this ancient wolf clan is not bad, and there is no hostility to human race. What kind of existence is Soul Clan? Shen Xiang whispered, worried that he would be beaten by nearby Soul Clan. Cough, cough, is all made by violent world-defying soul. Shui Wenba didn't expect Xin Xiang to even know this. So that's how it is. Xin Xiang finally understood. That is the soul demon family, but because shapes. HI plus FT is very thorough. The appearance looks exactly the same as humans, and it is called Soul Clan. Old Shui, the violent world, defying soul in the water, doesn't seem to be small. Xin Xiang added, because the violent world-defying soul he had seen before was not that big. This is 3rd layer world-defying soul river, certainly not small. Shui Wenba He smiled, drank a cup of tea, poured himself, and also helped Xin Xiang pour tea. Xin Xiang is stunned. This is actually the 3rd layer world-defying soul river. There are many powerful ethnic groups on this. He really did not expect that the teleportation formation actually sent them to the 3rd layer world-defying soul river. The Sun Old Ancestors teleportation formation really has a great purpose. Qin Shuang was also shocked. They all thought that they were still in the Soul Demon Sacred Forest. They just thought that they were far away from the Great Peng family. They didn't expect to come to the 3rd layer world-defying soul river. Old Shui, have you heard of the Land of Innocence? Shen Xiang asked again. The soul demon of the world-defying soul river had heard of it, and human race and Soul Clan here must have heard of it. Of course I heard that, but in the 6th layer world-defying soul river, the top. Shui Wenba looked at the top and said, there are still 2 world-defying soul rivers. Not enough strength. It is difficult to go. What kind of strength do you usually have to go? Shen Xiang asked, but he was anxious to go there to find the Sun Old Ancestor and Great Peng Old Ancestor. He also doesn't know that Great Peng Old Ancestor is now in the above place. If you want to go to the place of innocence, you must pa S through here. World-defying sacred realm is the strength of the peak, and this is still strong. Shui Wenba shook his head and said, I don't know the specifics. I haven't tried it. I am only a world-defying sacred realm late stage. I dare not go. Try it. It is very dangerous. Shen Xiang thinks that he will not be difficult if he wants to go. If the Sun Old Ancestor leaves the teleportation formation, he only consumes a little crystal emperor that's all right. Although Shui Wenba seems to be lonely, His temperament makes Shen Xiang feel that he has been brilliant. Old Shui, are you an anonymous expert? Shen Xiang said with a smile, I think you have a good momentum. It shouldn't be like this. Shui Wenbo laughed at himself. I don't need any incognito. I just left the actual place where I used to be at the peak. Come here to meditate. Can you talk to me? It seems, old Shui, you used to be a figure to rebuke heaven and earth. Shen Xiang was very curious and called a pot of better tea. Look at the amount you asked me to drink tea. I will talk to you. Don't laugh at me, that's it. Shui Wenbo is really an old man with a story. Of course I won't laugh at you, said Shen Xiang. Human race and Soul Clan are very different, you should know. Human race is not in the same area as Soul Clan. Soul Clan is a similar gathering, such as Ancient Wolf Clan, which is made up of various violent world-defying wolves. The turned wolves gathered together. What the tigers, the swords, and the sword clan are all like. Shen Xiang nodded. He now thought that the violent soul among the violent world-defying soul was also transformed into a human shape. And humans like to build cities, build empire, build sects, and draw a variety of like-minded people to create a powerful force. Shui Wenbo said here, could not help but sigh. I used to be an emperor of the empire. Although Shen Xiang knows Shui Wenbo out of the ordinary, she still did not expect Shui Wenbo to have reached such a peak. Although Shen Xiang knows Shui Wenbo out of the ordinary, she still did not expect Shui Wenbo to have reached such a peak. Human race has more than a dozen empire, and I am the emperor of Snow Cloud Empire, and the strength is ranked 5th and 4th. Shui Wenbo said, The inheritance of Snow Cloud Empire does not have to be Pa-S, said on to the descendants, but also give the emperor an excellent disciple or someone who has the ability to be around. And I took the position of my master and became the emperor. At that time, many emperors and relatives refused to accept me and wanted to seize power. Finally, I had to grab them and drive out the Snow Cloud Empire. Shen Xiang heard this and said, Old Shui, it seems that you are not a qualified power, although this is very cruel, but you should kill them all at the time and then get rid of the troubles. Shui Wenbo sighed a long time, drank a cup of tea and nodded. It is true I am too soft, so I am not suitable to be emperor. Obviously, Shui Wenbo was so desolate when he was killed by the group of emperors he had let go. I don't have children. My emperor will be the disciple Pa-S, said to me in the future. I treat him as a pro-son. In the future, the emperor must be his, but I ignore humanity. Shui Wenbo said, Because he is in love the emperor who is driven out of Snow Cloud Empire by me. Under the shackles of the emperor, he took the position in advance and used acute poison for me. Shen Xiang frowned and asked, Old Shui, did you open the poison now? Shui Wenbo nodded. It has already been solved. This acute poison has plagued me for hundreds of years. I just solved it last year. After a period of time, my strength can be recovered. Shui Wenbo can become the emperor of an empire of human race. It must have a strong strength and must be the cultivation base of the peak of world-defying sacred realm. Your disciple is still a bit human. Did he let you go? Shen Xiang said, I fled by myself. At the beginning, he wanted to kill me. Shui Wenbo's expression is flat at this time, and he has already seen it in the past few years. Your disciple should not have the cultivation base of world-defying sacred realm. Can he also be the emperor of Snow Cloud Empire? Will anyone convince him? Shen Xiang asked. Of course not. But don't forget the emperor who is with him. This emperor is now in control. And when the emperors returned, the entire Snow Cloud Empire was controlled by them because they were very greedy and led to Snow Cloud Empire. There are complaints everywhere, and many people have left Snow Cloud Empire. Then they later ordered to leave the city, and they were not allowed to leave. If they wanted to leave, they would get a large sum of money, myriad Dao Divine Soil Crystal. Shui Wenbo only hates being indecisive at first. Otherwise it will not make Snow Cloud Empire become like this. Old Shui, do you have plans to go back? Snow Cloud Empire is now like this. Your responsibility is great. I am sorry for what your master had expected of you. Xin Xiang's words made Shui Wenbo fall into sorrow. This is what he has not been able to let go for years. He doesn't care about the emperor. He didn't want to be a singer at first, but he didn't give the emperor to the emperor. There was also a reason, mainly because he was too greedy, so Shui Wenbo. Nor can he give the throne to the greedy people. In the end, Shui Wenbo could only go on his own, but he did the wrong thing. That is, the greedy guys who had been let go. As Xin Xiang said just now, his character is not suitable for the emperor. I have plans to go back, but not now. Shui Wenbo said, I have been traveling around for years. Just want to see if I can draw people, but I have not succeeded. Soul Clan will never partic. 1. P8 in human race. Fighting, and others are not willing to take risks. Xin Xiang whispered, Soul Clan doesn't want to partic. 1. P8, but doesn't have enough benefits. They won't do this kind of thing. Shui Wenbo thought about it and nodded. It is true. No good. Who is doing this with you? Shui Wenbo already has a plan to ACC you. Mutilate wealth so that Soul Clan can attack Snow Cloud Empire with him. I have an idea, but I don't know if anyone believes. Shui Wenbo suddenly said that he suddenly felt that Xin Xiang knew the power struggle, at least he understood. What idea? Xin Xiang asked quickly. There is a forbidden land in Snow Cloud Empire. This forbidden land is difficult to get in, but my master has gone in before, and he has never seen it since he entered. Shui Wenbo said, My master said, Forbidden Land, there is an ancient teleportation formation that releases powerful PAC power that can be transmitted to the world-defying Soul River 5th layer, closer to the 6th layer. The 6th layer is the land of innocence. If you can go to the 5th layer at once, this is really a very good thing. I posted this news and made the Ice Palace Empire's Imperial Palace messy. I will be able to take advantage of it at that time. Shui Wenbo said, but the premise is that I have to be strong enough, and someone has to believe this. Things are fine. The ancient teleportation formation that can be transmitted is obviously the Sun Old Ancestor, and there is also barrier protection, which is very certain. Old Shui, I can help you. But you don't want to reveal the Forbidden Land, Xin Xiang suddenly said. Oh. Shui Wenbo saw Xin Xiang, but was the cultivation base around the world, defying Sacred Realm middle stage. He could help him. I have this. Xin Xiang quietly took out a crystal emperor, whispered, There is very little here. Xin Xiang is going to the Forbidden Land. He wants to open the teleportation formation to the world-defying Soul River 5th layer. Shui Wenbo took a sip of cool. This is the Crystal Emperor. It is very rare here. There are only 10 pieces in the Snow Cloud Empire. He also got 2 small pieces, but it was used in the last practice. Although there are a lot of myriad Dao Divine Soil Crystal circulating here, there are very few Crystal Emperors born naturally, and they need to be refining. He got only a small piece from Cheng Shaoren, the son of the sacred city lord. It is naturally bred. Xin Xiang is very big, although it only emits a faint light, but in Shui Wenbo's opinion, he almost flashed his old eyes. You must have any purpose. It will help me. Shui Wenbo said. Xin Xiang has already put the Crystal Emperor off. I need to enter that teleportation formation. I want to go to the world-defying Soul River 5th layer. Xin Xiang said, The Forbidden Land is obviously in the Imperial Palace. Only you can regain the throne. I can have time to try how to enter Forbidden Land. Good. But how do you help me specifically? Shui Wenbo asked. I will give you 10 pieces of the stone just now. Is it enough for you to recruit and hire a horse? Xin Xiang said with a smile. Enough. Shui Wenbo was surprised. Xin Xiang actually had as many as 10 pieces, and he didn't know where it came from. Old Shui, I really didn't expect that I would meet an emperor here. I was lucky. Shen Xiang happily said with a smile, then poured tea to Shui Wenbo. Old Shui, I really didn't expect that I would meet an emperor here. I was lucky. Shen Xiang happily said with a smile, then poured tea to Shui Wenbo. In fact, you don't know. There are many great people in the place of ancient wolf clan, not just human race. There are many other big guys in Soul Clan here. Shui Wenbo said, mainly because of ancient wolf clan here. The environment is very good and very safe. The senior executives in ancient wolf clan pay great attention to the rules. Once someone violates them, they will be severely punished. If they are serious, they will lose their lives. Shen Xiang had seen a guy thrown into the water to feed the crocodile. Is there a lot of crocodiles here at Ancient Wolf Clan? It's huge. I've seen one before I've been blacked out. Shen Xiang recalled the giant crocodile and felt a little fear in his heart. The smudges are specifically to seduce the crocodile. If the black things are not applied to the body, the crocodile in the water will not attack you. The ancient wolf crocodile here is very obedient. Shui Wenbo smiled. Although everyone knows ancient wolf crocodile all obedient, but no one dares to run around in the water. I think that there are many super giant crocodile with a body length of several tens of feet. No one will go down and run. Think of it as terrifying. Shen Xiang now also knows about Ancient Wolf Clan, a very rigorous ethnic group, especially the rules here which attracts many humans and souls to avenge. Even the guys who are normally evil come here to be honest. Once they get here, caught by Ancient Wolf Clan, the end is very miserable. Old Shui, I can trust you. This is for you first. Shen Xiang gave Shui Wenbo a crystal emperor. Should this be enough for you to recruit for a while? Shui Wenbo, after receiving it, lightly smiled. How come you can trust me? You are not afraid that I will run away with your crystal emperor? You seem to be ignorant of many things here. Now you at least listen to me telling a story. I believe in me. Don't you think that I am a composer? Shen Xiang took a sip of tea, said with a smile. Shen Xiang has always been very accurate. I believe that my own vision, if you are cheated, it is my own eyes, just as a lesson. Shen Xiang has lived for so long and has seen so many people. This is still there. Old Shui, have you heard of the Soul Demon family at World-Defying Soul River? Shen Xiang is now very familiar with Shui Wenbo and dares to ask something. Of course I've heard that it's a new generation, and we've had a lot of humans before. Shui Wenbo said, First Layer World-Defying Soul River is the youngest World-Defying Soul River. The youngest? I thought the First Layer World-Defying Soul River is the oldest, said Shen Xiang. The violent soul in the world layer of World-Defying Soul River in the first layer isn't the cultivation of the second layer? Second layer, then enter the third layer, keep going up. Shui Wenbo nodded. It's so good, but the original violent soul flowed from the ground of the road. The sixth layer is the inaugural land. The violent soul that flows down from it comes to the fifth layer and then reproduces. After a period of time, another batch fell, and so on, and finally formed the first world-defying soul river. Violent world-defying soul's method of reproduction is splitting. Shui Wenbo picked up a leaf and tore the leaves open and said, A violent world-defying soul split into two. After the leaves were torn into two pieces, Shui Wenbo continued to tear it down and finally tore a lot of small pieces. These small pieces are the first layer of the violent world-defying soul, and a whole leaf is the violent soul of the inaugural land. Of course, small pieces can also grow, absorbing the souls contained in the soul river and evolving into large pieces, and finally return to the land of innocence, so that the great violent soul of the innocent land will remain undefeated. And there are some violent souls that happen to be spiritual and evolve into creatures. Soul Clan or Soul Demon. Violent soul actually is such a presence, I know it now. Shen Xiang has learned a lot more about violent world-defying soul. The six-story violent world-defying soul has a very mysterious connection to each other. The violent world-defying soul on the first floor will evolve to the second floor, while the second floor violent world-defying soul will sometimes fall into one. The layers are split into many. The second and third floors are also such connections. It feels that this relations H-I plus P is maintained, and the violent soul of the six-story world-defying soul river can be endless. It is a mystery. Shui Wenbo. After drinking tea, Shui Wenbo asked Xinxiang to go to his house, a tree hole above a big tree. There are hundreds of tree holes in the big tree, all of which are a mortal's cave. These tree holes were built and sold by ancient wolf clan. Although many trees did not excavate a mortal's cave, everyone dared not dig holes. In ancient wolf clan it was still. Shui Wenbo said, Ancient wolf clan, you also need to earn resources, so everyone can understand. Old Shui, are there any plans in your mind? I want to go and see the teleportation formation in Snow Cloud Empire, Xinxiang said. Yes, there is a powerful ancient wolf here. Shui Wenbo said, This guy is obsessed with weapon and always wants to find good materials to refine the weapon. Although he has found a Tao Creation Saint Stone, it is poor. A good quality crystal emperor. How strong is this guy? Ancient Wolf Clan can shock so many desperate people who have escaped here and manage this place in an orderly manner, knowing that the Ancient Wolf Clan guys are very powerful. World-defying sacred realm is at the peak. I am going to find him when it is dark. Are you if you want to go with me? Shui Wenbo said, This guy is very weird. At night, his tree hole is wide open. If you have something to look for, you can go straight in. Good. Xinxiang looked forward to it. It was dark. Xinxiang followed Shui Wenbo to the other tree in the canopy of the big tree. So he kept walking, and Xinxiang did not remember how many trees he had passed, said, This tree is his own, and we can go straight from here. Shui Wenbo took Xinxiang into a tree hole in the big tree. Just entering the tree hole, Xinxiang felt a strong breath, making him feel more stress than when facing Great Peng Old Ancestor. The strength of this ancient wolf really terrifying. Here, the powerful ancient wolf has no name, only the T. I Tli. The ancient wolf that Shui Wenbo came to is the T. I Tli, called Night Solitary Wolf, which he took. Who? There was a cold Hoa, R.S.E. voice inside. Shui Wenbo. Shui Wenbo finished, looked at Xinxiang. Xinxiang. Xinxiang also quickly reported his name. Both of them were in A.S.P.A. Sias Hall in the tree hole, and a door slowly opened, leaving a tall, bearded, middle-aged man inside. When the middle-aged man came out, the pair of wolf-like eyes looked at Xinxiang and Shui Wenbo, and there was a coldness in his eyes, which made Xinxiang secretly fear. This is really a very terrifying guy. Sit, said Night Solitary Wolf coldly. Sit, said Night Solitary Wolf coldly. Before Xinxiang came to know, this Night Solitary Wolf is such a character, so I didn't feel anything. After all, such an expert can make him sit very well. After Shui Wenbo and Xinxiang sat down, Night Solitary Wolf also sat in a large chair. What say? Night Solitary Wolf seems to cherish the words like gold, and the speech is short. It's all right to find Night Solitary Wolf here. Unfamiliar with Night Solitary Wolf, come here to talk to him. Most of them will be thrown out, and if it is serious, it may be hung next to the tree hole. I used to be the Emperor of Snow Cloud Empire. Shui Wenbo said, I want to fight back, regain my throne, and take control of Snow Cloud Palace. It's hard, I don't do it. Night Solitary Wolf immediately said that he seemed to know who Shui Wenbo was when he heard the name of Shui Wenbo. This is a reward. Shui Wenbo took out the crystal emperor that Xinxiang gave him, and I will go find other helpers, not just one of you. After a period of time, I can restore my strength and have a new world defying sacred. Realm's peak cultivation base will also partic. 1. P8 in the battle. Night Solitary Wolf, looked at the Crystal Emperor in Shui Wenba's hand, and the cold eyes seemed to ignite, which is what he needs most. Knight Solitary Wolf is very strong. Shan Xiang thinks that a Crystal Emperor seems to have some stingy. Then he makes a good idea and takes out a Crystal Emperor and throws it to Knight Solitary Wolf. This piece is prepaid to you. Wait for the event. After that, you will get a second Crystal Emperor. 3 girls' pill spirit can condense a few Crystal Emperors in a day, which is nothing to him. He just wants to let Knight Solitary Wolf join in and feel the Snow Cloud Palace. 2 Crystal Emperors, and it's the best quality. Knight Solitary Wolf has also seen Crystal Emperors, but those Crystal Emperors are small and not very good, far less than the one given by Xinxiang. How many people do you want to find? Knight Solitary Wolf is already in the heart. After all, there are 2 Crystal Emperors of good quality. If he wants to collect it himself, he doesn't know how long it will take. At least 8. Shui Wenba is now not sure, because I don't know if I can find enough. How much is it? Asked Knight Solitary Wolf. At least 1 such Crystal Emperor. If it can be as strong as you, I can give 2. Shui Wenba said, You give me 10 Crystal Emperors. I will help you find 10. Knight Solitary Wolf added, I also join. Shui Wenba looked at Xinxiang. No problem, but give it after the event. Xinxiang now has enough Crystal Emperor. See you in a month, said Knight Solitary Wolf. Shui Wenba nodded and left with Xinxiang. Knight Solitary Wolf is really strong, and the person he picks should be his friend, said Xinxiang. Yes, although he is unsociable, there are still many friends. I think he will most likely swallow those Crystal Emperors. Shui Wenba said with a smile. He called those friends. Maybe they owe others love. Knight Solitary Wolf is obsessed with the way of the weapon and needs a lot of material to refine it. He is also very curious about why Xinxiang has so many Crystal Emperors, just not asking them. This kind of thing can be secret. Old Shui, can you recover in a month? Xinxiang will not go to play when he is just waiting for Shui Wenba to succeed, and then go to Snow Cloud Palace. Yes, so I have to close now, Shui Wenba said. After Shui Wenba entered his room, Xinxiang also left the Shui hole of Shui Wenba, who wanted to visit the ancient wolf clan. I don't know if there is a pills in this place. Xinxiang had forgotten to ask Shui Wenba before. It shouldn't be. This is not the place for human race. Soul Clan will definitely not study this thing, Sima Yao said. Xinxiang asked around for a moment, and sure enough. However, he found that Ancient Wolf Clan was very proficient in the refiner, which surprised him. He thought that Knight Solitary Wolf was obsessed with weapons. He did not expect the entire Ancient Wolf Clan. He came to the core area of Ancient Wolf Clan, where dozens of trees were the largest. The shops opened here were all members of the Ancient Wolf Clan, and they were very lively. Ancient Wolf Clan is the most diverse divine tool store here. Xinxiang went and looked at it. Ancient Wolf Clan has a wide variety of divine tools, a variety of divine weapon, defensive divine tool, divine armor, and so on, and the refining technique is also very good. But he didn't see himself satisfied. Long Shui Su Maiyao used the divine tool, which is Shui Xianxian. They were made by a few women and they were tailored for them, so they didn't look at it. Ancient Wolf Clan is a peculiar group. Xinxiang came out of a large divine tool store and was amazed. There's really no pill shop here because this third-layer world-defying soul river is water. It is difficult to breed all kinds of exotic flowers and rare herbs. Even the area of human race does not necessarily have any pills. In this regard, Xinxiang can only give up, and now he wants to refine a better Dan. You need a higher level of herbs. There may be a place to innovate. Su Maiyao said, I just don't know when I will be there. I will be there soon. Xinxiang said, This is all about Knight Solitary Wolf. I hope my Crystal Emperor has no white flowers. Xinxiang has 2 Tao Creation Saint Stones in his hand. but no one has helped him to refine it. In the following month, Shen Xiang strolled ancient wolf clan. He mainly eats and drinks. Because Long Shui likes to eat and drink, he also specially released this greedy dragon and took her everywhere. Shen Xiang went back to Shui Wenba's tree hole, and Shui Wenba was already out. His momentum was also strong. Old Shui, I don't want to go to war. I just wait for your good news nearby. Shen Xiang said that his strength is so weak, and the humans here are so powerful that his use of war will not be too great. This is of course, Shui Wenba said with a smile, Shen Xiang, but a lot of power, those Crystal Emperor, is not so easy to get. Shen Xiang can help him recruit expert, is to help the most busy. Shui Wenba took Shen Xiang to find Night Solitary Wolf. Night Solitary Wolf has already found a helper. Plus, he has a total of 11. He has 10 humans and souls. They are very strong, but they all carry masks, obviously. Don't want people to know who they are. Get off, said Night Solitary Wolf. A man with a silver mask hurried out. He jumped from the tree hole and turned into a giant silver wolf with wings. This is a wolf eagle, capable of flying. The wolf's back is very big, and it is not a problem to stand more than 20 robots, not to mention Shen Xiang. They add up only a dozen. Go up. Night Solitary Wolf first jumped to the back of the wolf eagle, and everyone followed. After going up, everyone sat down directly. The wolf eagle had a very soft silver animal hair, which was very comfortable to sit on. The wolf eagle flaps its wings and walks through the woods. Fortunately, the giant trees here are far apart. Otherwise, the wolf eagle's wings are really not well stretched. The wolf eagle flaps its wings and walks through the woods. Fortunately, the giant trees here are far apart. Otherwise, the wolf eagle's wings are really not well stretched. After coming to a place without leaves, the wolf eagle flew above the forest. There is a wolf eagle carrying a flight, so you don't have to ride the ancient wolf crocodile. Otherwise, you don't know how long it will take to get to Snow Cloud Empire. Go to Blue Snow City first, said Night Solitary Wolf. Why? Shui Wenba asked. I thought I went straight to Snow Cloud Emperor City. Blue Snow City hides a mysterious strength of Snow Cloud Empire. A man with a golden mask said, This strength was developed by the predecessor, descendant. When they seized your throne, even this strength they are not used, so they are always hidden there. The people around Night Solitary Wolf are all good players. They're all very strong. They don't know what they are doing. They can know so many things. These things are not known to Shui Wenba. Blue Snow City seems to be a very poor place, but every period of time has quietly sent a lot of resources. Later, after our investigation, we found that there are at least 10 worlds defying with similar strength. Sacred Realm is at its peak. The man with the golden mask said again. You really shouldn't let them go, said a man with a wooden mask. They all seem to know about Shui Wenba. Shui Wenba can only sigh a little. This is indeed his fault. So what about the strength of Snow Cloud Palace? Is it strong? There are too many experts stationed in Snow Cloud Palace. Will it not ruin Snow Cloud Palace? Shen Xiang said he was worried that it would destroy the Forbidden Land. We will try to avoid such things happening, said the Gold Mask Man. The guys in Snow Cloud Palace are also very strong, at least 20 world-defying Sacred Realm peaks, but we won't confront them directly. After killing the people in Blue Snow City, they will go to Snow Cloud Emperor City. At that time, we will have plans to kill them one by one. You don't have to worry too much. We are very experienced in doing this kind of thing. These 10 masks are very strong, and unlike the Night Solitary Wolf, they don't know what they usually do. Now it is so mysterious. Good, said Shui Wenba, who only wanted to take control of Snow Cloud Empire and make up for his previous mistakes. Shen Xiang needs the Forbidden Land. He wants to go from the teleportation formation of Forbidden Land to the world-defying Soul River 5th layer, which will bring him closer to the road of innovation. Big brother, when is my knife refining? The Golden Mask asked Night Solitary Wolf. Come on. Knight Solitary Wolf took out a long black knife and handed it to the gold mask man, saying, "Look at yourself." After taking over the golden mask, I took a closer look and nodded, very satisfied. Although it is not a finished product, I am very satisfied. Very good, it seems to be Tao creation spell. Xin Xiang took the head and looked over, surprisedly said, "The knife was refurbished by Knight Solitary Wolf." And Knight Solitary Wolf actually understood Tao creation spell, which surprised him. Do you know Tao creation spell? Knight Solitary Wolf seems to be more surprised than Xin Xiang, who thought he only knew this thing. Shan Xiang was originally mysterious in his eyes, and the quality of the Crystal Emperor was given casually, like a stone throw. Such a broad guy he had not heard of. Slightly no one or two. Xin Xiang looked at Tao creation spell on the knife and said, "This is Tao creation spell of the marketing attribute first level." Only Tao creation spell is engraved on it, but it is well carved. If you use it, you can inject a powerful force of thunder into world-defying. Not bad. Knight Solitary Wolf was more interested in Xin Xiang, and he took out another sword and asked Xin Xiang to look at the little Tao creation spell on the sword blade. "This is a fire," said Xin Xiang. "This is all first-level Tao creation spell. Second-level Tao creation spell is doubled, but there is not enough good material, it can't be engraved." Knight Solitary Wolf's words finally added a little more. Otherwise, once the power of world-defying is absorbed, the strength will double after that. Instant impact will destroy the divine tool. Shan Xiang just saw these weapons, although they all joined the Crystal Emperor, but the Crystal Emperor is not a lot, mainly myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal. Knight Solitary Wolf Sr., then can you engrave a few orders of second-level Tao creation spell? Shan Xiang asked quickly, and Knight Solitary Wolf seemed to have a good grasp of second-level Tao creation spell. I didn't think that such a little rascal was actually discussing the refiner way with Knight Solitary Wolf. Of course, they didn't understand, that's it. Up to the 9th order, I have mastered the third-level Tao creation spell. Knight Solitary Wolf said, "The third-level Tao creation spell is the SPAC. The ancient teleportation formation is arranged with the third level of Tao creation spell. The Sun Old Ancestor and Gutong can be arranged here to arrange the teleportation formation, indicating that they have mastered the third-level Tao creation spell." Xin Xiang was still curious about the third-level Tao creation spell. Is what it is. "The actual is like this," said Xin Xiang. "Do you also learn Tao creation spell?" Knight Solitary Wolf asked, "Who taught you?" "I taught myself." Xin Xiang bit her with a smile. "I can only master the second-level Tao creation spell." "Very good." Knight Solitary Wolf's eyes were appreciated, as Xin Xiang is now only the world-defying Sacred Realm middle stage. Xin Xiang looked at the knife and said, "I think the Tao creation spell of this knife can be superposition and the spell of the flame. In the battle, when the strength is released, it is the thunder fire shock. The attack effect is definitely good. Superposition?" Knight Solitary Wolf didn't think of this before. It's obvious that the person who taught him Tao creation spell is very slate. If he studies it himself, he will definitely have many ideas. Is this okay? Knight Solitary Wolf suddenly was very interested because he had not thought of this before. Of course. Shen Xiang hangs out a fire spell, then adds a thunderbolt, and finally a concussion mantra. He combines the 3 spells into together, and it looks very natural. Knight Solitary Wolf sees G, O, D, and Shui Wenba, and those masks are also shocked by the strength of the story. Look at the effect. Xin Xiang hit the sky and let the strength in the air burst. Hong Long. After the strength of the air exploded, the flames spewed in the square, with a thick flame of lightning. The power of shock is sweeping in all directions. A shock wave was pressed from the sky. The tree below was crushed, and the branches were broken. The trunk was directly shattered by the shock waves of 5 elements. The water below was tumbling and russ. H-I, plussing, forming a huge wave of waves russ. H-I plus ing to the square. This strength is close to world-defying sacred realm late-stage peak. Shui Wenbo was shocked. If you hit me, I might get hurt. Night Solitary Wolf and those masked people think so too. Shen Xiang is just a little rascal of the world-defying sacred realm middle stage, which can release such a strong strength, and it seems to be very easy. Night Solitary Wolf was also greatly inspired at this time. He stared at the knife and seemed to have a new refinement plan. Shen Xiang hasn't mastered Tao Creation spell as much as Night Solitary Wolf. Night Solitary Wolf has already realized Tao Creation spell at 3rd level. Shen Xiang is just starting 2nd level. Shen Xiang hasn't mastered Tao Creation spell as much as Night Solitary Wolf. Night Solitary Wolf has already realized Tao Creation spell at 3rd level. Shen Xiang is just starting 2nd level. However, Night Solitary Wolf's superposition of Tao Creation spell is not as high as Shen Xiang. If Shen Xiang told him, he still didn't know when to know that Tao Creation spell could be superposition. Shen Xiang was curious about where the Luo Creation spell of Night Solitary Wolf learned, but he didn't ask. Night Solitary Wolf is equally curious about how Shen Xiang learned Tao Creation spell, but he did not ask. If you have enough of Tao Creation spell, you can also try the fusion of 1st level and 2nd level. Maybe it will be stronger. But when you are a refiner, you may need better materials, said Shen Xiang. Night Solitary Wolf nodded. He put the nunks% knife in his hand, and he decided to refine the knife. The speed of the wolf eagle is not very fast. After all, there are so many people on it, and this forest is not absolutely safe. It needs to be vigilant. Shui Wenbo just saw Shen Xiang's move. Knowing that Shen Xiang can also master Tao Creation spell like Night Solitary Wolf and can be used in combat. The Night Solitary Wolf's Tao Creation spell was used in the refining of divine weapon. If Night Solitary Wolf can also use Tao Creation spell like Shen Xiang, the strength of Night Solitary Wolf will definitely be stronger. It will increase its strength several times, and it is very terrifying in its CLA. SS, you won't refiner? Night Solitary Wolf asked. I also think Tao Creation spell is the refining master. Not proficient. I will only alchemy. Shen Xiang said, but there are not many alchemists here. I used to be a very famous alchemist, and Tao Creation spell can also be used on alchemy. Just now my understanding of Tao Creation spell is not enough. After I have learned more about Tao Creation spell, I will be able to apply it to alchemy. Night Solitary Wolf nodded. You will still alchemy. Shui Wenbo was surprised. This is harder. Is there a pillar here too? Shen Xiang asked. I didn't find it in the area of Ancient Wolf Clan. Pills are only found in human areas, but they are rare. Although there are a few good alchemists, they are always a ghost, said the gold masked man. Shen Xiang said with a smile, if you have a chance to meet them, it will be fine. The wooden masked man said, are you really alchemist? As far as I know, alchemist is very proud. I have seen an alchemist before, and it is a VIP of an imperial emperor. Of course I am alchemist. Shen Xiang smiled. Maybe because there are fewer divine mirror of 6 paths here, so this is the case. Alchemist is a lot on my side. There are certainly few herbs here, so there are not many alchemists. It may be because the water is submerged here, which makes the herbs rare. If you want alchemy, Shen Xiang feels that he can only pick the herbs from the bottom of the water, or grow in what is the mushroom on the tree. Although I have some herbs, my refining Dan is not suitable for the expert of this place, unless I can find a better herbs here. Shen Xiang said, but there is water everywhere, I am afraid hard to find. Yes, our world-defying Soul River 3rd layer is simply not suitable for herbs growth. The Golden Masker said that they are fairly familiar with the situation here. This makes Shen Xiang want to go to the 5th layer more quickly. It might be better than the here in the 5th layer, as long as it is not soaked in water. A few days later, the wolf eagle began to fly low and entered the forest. This is the area of the Snow Cloud Empire, and Blue Snow City is in front. The wolf eagle said that everyone jumped over the branches of a tree, and the wolf eagle became human. Shen Xiang, you are here waiting for us. If we succeed in taking Blue Snow City, we will come back to you. At that time, we will let our people control Blue Snow City and let the news of Blue Snow City leak out. The Gold Mask Man said, I want to get closer. I don't go in, I just look outside, Shen Xiang said. All right. Later, everyone stood on a giant wood, and the cautious and solemn went forward. They had to mix into the city to conduct a sneak attack, so try not to be discovered. In front of Blue Snow City, it is a city built in the water, where the giant trees are cut down and the huge trunks are used to build the city, which looks very solid. Shen Xiang is waiting outside Blue Snow City. There are also many big trees outside. No one dares to open a hole in the big tree outside. It will be held accountable, and the consequences are very serious. Shen Xiang is just hiding in the top of the dense foliage. Night Solitary Wolf, after their change appearance, they lined the wood to the door of Blue Snow City. They should be worried about waiting for the Great War to break the Blue Snow City, so I won't let me in. Shen Xiang had a strong strength with Tao Creation spell before, but everyone still didn't trust him, so will not let him partake. 1. P8 in the war. Shen Xiang was waiting outside and was bored. He wanted Feng Kuger to give him the golden needle to find Tao Creation Saint Stone, but Feng Kuger retired and said that he would understand what Tao Creation was. Spell. Shen Xiang, in order to let Feng Kuger understand it faster. Use 3rd level time formation for Feng Kuger, and he has nothing to do here anyway. 2 days pa-s, said, and Shen Xiang looked at Blue Snow City, which was very calm. I don't know if they started yet. It seems that there is no big move, Shen Xiang said. They should be ASSA. S-sinating, and many people will ASA. S. Sinate 1, they will wait until a good time to fight. Bai Yu said, if they ASA. S. Sinate 1 of 5, then there will be a great chance of killing instantly. 1 knight can kill 4 or 5, and the rest will be easy to deal with. For these, Bai Yu is very experienced. While waiting, Shen Xiang suddenly saw something moving in the distance. He looked at it carefully. It was a very huge turtle. There was a small house on the turtle. At first glance, it was a big nouveau riche. Coming. This guy is really enjoying. Shen Xiang hid watching from the big tree. The big turtle stood on the top of a burly middle-aged who suddenly shouted, Crown Prince, Blue Snow City is coming. We'll be surprised to send resources to them this time. After all, Crown Prince, you personally sent it. That is, I am Crown Prince, the Emperor of the future Snow Cloud Empire, so that I can draw the strength hidden inside. Inside the small house, a man dressed in a golden, magnificently dressed. It's Crown Prince. He Xiang smiled in the heart of Shen Xiang. I don't know what the strength of this product is. Let's take a look at it. Send resources. This is great. Shen Xiang heard the words of Crown Prince and knew that the battle inside Snow Cloud Empire had begun. Otherwise, Crown Prince would not draw his strength so early, just to fight against another force stronger than him. Shen Xiang heard the words of Crown Prince and knew that the battle inside Snow Cloud Empire had begun. Otherwise, Crown Prince would not draw his strength so early, just to fight against another force stronger than him. As a Crown Prince, but not necessarily to become an emperor in order to make his strength more stable. You can't let them enter Blue Snow City. Maybe they will destroy Night Solitary Wolf's plan. Shen Xiang said to Bai Yu, Sister Yu, what do you think should be done? Block them. Night Solitary Wolf, they certainly won't count the Crown Prince to send resources. The situation is we don't know how many people this Crown Prince brings, Bai Yu said. Shen Xiang came quietly into the water. Although the water was calm, he was worried that something would emerge, such as the giant wolf crocodile. I will try it first. Shen Xiang released the detonation spell, and soon let the water surface ups and downs, forming a huge wave, and the shock wave is directed at the big turtle. The speed of the big turtle swimming is still very fast, but after being shocked by the shock of Shen Xiang's, it is difficult to move forward and constantly retreat. What is going on here? How did it become suddenly? The Crown Prince's house was very unstable and rickety, making him very uncomfortable inside. In order to eliminate those people's suspicions, Shen Xiang immediately released a mad wind mantra, immediately set off a violent hurricane, directly SCR, ped the big turtle, blowing the big turtle to retreat. It's a blizzard, said the middle-aged man. The snowstorm in Blue Snow City has appeared toudly. Shen Xiang has a heartbeat, and if there is a blizzard here, then he creates a blizzard. He also had the frost and snow mantra, and he was quickly released by him. The wind was a blizzard. Not enough. Give you some lightning. Well, blue lightning. Shen Xiang is now sure that the Crown Prince has never been to Blue Snow City, so I don't know the real Blue Snow City blizzard. This kind of blizzard, there is also a blue lightning, which makes Crown Prince feel very helpless. At this time, he can only let the turtles be blown away by the water waves and the wind. They think that this is only the edge of the storm, so no dare to move forward, worrying that the center of the storm will be more violent. Seeing these guys were very confused and panicked, Shen Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Shen Xiang, you are posing as a person in Blue Snow City and cheating on the resources they sent. Bai Yu said, as for how to cheat, you are free to play. Shen Xiang S-H-I plus Ness in front of him, then quickly climbs to the tree and glides from the heights to the turtle. The group of people brought by Crown Prince is not weak, even in the midst of a blizzard. Suddenly one more person. They immediately found out. Who? 2 middle-aged men immediately ran out of the house. Are you coming to send resources? There has been a blizzard here. I am in Blue Snow City. I can guide you to a calm place. Shen Xiang said, quick and fast. Crown Prince was very upset by the B.U. MPS hastily shouted. Shen Xiang immediately told the middle-aged man who controlled the big turtle and asked him to go in the direction he was guiding. Soon, the big turtles came to a calm water, and they were also far from Blue Snow City. It's still awesome in Blue Snow City, and it took us out of the snowstorm at once, said Crown Prince Lihihi. The blizzard was released by Shen Xiang. He was just collecting it. This is all experience. If you stay here for a few years, you know how to get rid of the blizzard. Shen Xiang said with a smile, do you know who he is? He is Crown Prince. It is a resource for Blue War City's warrior. You have been hiding in Blue Snow City for the entire Snow Cloud Empire for years, so Crown Prince personally gave it. You send resources. The middle-aged man said, oh, are you really Crown Prince? I don't believe it. The rumored Crown Prince is a very proud and uninviting guy, but you look very easygoing, talkatively calm, not like that. In legend. Shen Xiang frowned, pretending to be unbelieving. It seems that he is damaging the Crown Prince, but he quietly boasted a few words, which makes Crown Prince not easy to attack, not to mention that he thinks that Shen Xiang is better. This is someone who deliberately framed me. You should also know that the battle in the palace is very intense. It is my opponent who deliberately discredited me. Crown Prince showed a helpless expression, so I have to look at it now. You, this way, let you eliminate the impression that you have heard about me. It seems this is true. Shen Xiang nodded. Of course it's true. Otherwise, anyone who has nothing to do will pretend to be a Crown Prince to send you resources. And the resources we sent are genuine, Crown Prince said immediately. No wonder. I just saw you are more intimate, but it gives a faint, arrogant potential, like the Emperor's might. Actually, you are really Crown Prince. Shen Xiang saw Crown Prince take a big box myriad Dao Divine Soil Crystal come, This turtle is so big. Definitely what is in it? Crown Prince smiled at some haughty. But Crown Prince, you are not doing this well. Xinxiang said again. Why not? Asked the middle-aged Frown. The role of our Blue Snow City warrior should be clear. When Snow Cloud Empire is in distress, we will only take the shot. Xinxiang said. Our strength is strong, and now you come over and send us resources. I mistakenly think that we are coming to win us. If it is known by your opponents, they will definitely make a fuss about it, saying that you want to niche or do other things. Prince secretly connected with the mighty army of the Empire. This is indeed a taboo. Moreover, the warrior in Blue Snow City is also highly valued by the Emperor. The consequences of the Emperor's army are very serious. Crown Prince and the others thought about it and suddenly sweated on his forehead. If Crown Prince wants to do it in secret, it's a big mistake. Blue Snow City is full of spies and spies of various forces. Xinxiang said again, That then you won't talk about it. Crown Prince showed the killing intent at the moment, but it quickly disappeared. He didn't dare to kill the warrior of Blue Snow City. If it was discovered, the consequences would be him. Clearly, of course I won't talk about it. Crown Prince's mind I can understand. So, Crown Prince, please come back. Xinxiang said, Imperial Palace gives us enough resources every period of time. No need Crown Prince gives us extra. Crown Prince thought about it and said, If you come here, you may wish to send it to me. It is a small gift from Crown Prince. I think you should understand it. Well, I can collect it, but when they don't want it, I will send it back to you. Xinxiang was very embarrassed, said and thought, Crown Prince is giving us gifts. It is also human nature. Later, Crown Prince let those people move out of many boxes, all of which are of good quality myriad Dao divine soil crystal. Later, Crown Prince let those people move out of many boxes, all of which are of good quality myriad Dao divine soil crystal. This is a small piece of crystal, Emperor. You give it to your head. I believe in you, said Crown Prince. It's too expensive, or Crown Prince personally handed it to him. In 10 days, the blizzard will stop, and you will be able to enter the city at that time. Xinxiang said, Crown Prince change appearance, it should not be spit. I found that even if I was discovered, I don't have to worry about it. Just say that you are here to play. There are still 10 days of blizzards to stop. Crown Prince does not want to go in. If he comes out for too long, it will cause others to doubt, let alone go to Blue Snow City. I believe you. Your Blue Snow City warrior is loyal, said Crown Prince. The expert in Blue Snow City can be forbade here, not to enter the Imperial Palace, which is really good. That's all right. Xinxiang pretended to reluctantly pick it up, then took away all those myriad Dao divine soil crystals. He jumped on a tree and waved away to the Crown Prince's big turtle. After the Crown Prince left, Xinxiang coldly snorted, This idiot is really stingy. Just send something. That little crystal emperor is very precious here, but I can't see it. Xinxiang continued back to the tree and waited for the night solitary wolf to return. After waiting for a long time, a group of people came. They were riding a giant crocodile. The house above was much larger than the Crown Prince. They actually came to send resources. Xinxiang is now idle, then pretending to be Blue War City's warrior as before, and releasing a strong blizzard. This time it was 3 princes, which was a bit more stupid than the Crown Prince. Soon he gave all the resources he had sent to Xinxiang, a large number of myriad Dao divine soil crystal and a small piece of crystal emperor. Because of the blizzard, the 3 princes did not enter the city, and they returned to the Imperial Palace. Is there a major event in Snow Cloud Palace? This little scorpion came here one by one for help. Xinxiang frowned, because Crown Prince and 3 prince all said, when giving gifts. In the next 2 days, Xinxiang lied to 5 princes, which made him more certain that Snow Cloud Palace had a major event. These princes quietly came here to find helpers to ensure their own interests. Of course, Shenxiang also gained a lot of money and got a lot of good quality myriad Dao divine soil crystal. The crystal emperor is small and of average quality, but it is enough for him to open the teleportation formation. The wolf eagle suddenly flew over and parked on the big branch. Is things inside solved? Shenxiang asked. Well, it's all killed by us. The wolf eagle said. Blue Snow City is under our control. Now I will bring you in. Even standing on the back of the wolf eagle flew Shenxiang to Shui, Blue Snow City. Mr. Wolf Eagle, is Snow Cloud Palace doing what happened? Shenxiang asked. A few batches of prints have come to send resources. It seems that they want to win over Blue Snow City. The emperor didn't know why suddenly died. At this time, Snow Cloud Palace is very chaotic. Those princes? Are you dealing with this? The wolf eagle knows Shenxiang's strength, and it is okay to deal with several princes. I cheated on their resources and let you go back and wait for news. Shenxiang happily said with a smile. It seems that we have to think about it for a long time. This is a great opportunity for us to attack Snow Cloud Palace, said the wolf eagle. Shenxiang also felt that the strength of the lone wolf team made him very surprised. In just a few days, he destroyed the hidden strength in Blue Snow City. After Shenxiang entered Blue Snow City, it was calm and there seemed to have nothing happened. In the city lord's mansion in Blue Snow City, Shenxiang met Knight Solitary Wolf and Shui Wenbo. The entire city lord's mansion is owned by Knight Solitary Wolf. It seems that he has already arranged many people here. Shenxiang had cheated a large amount of resources before, and he took out a part to give Knight Solitary Wolf and let him distribute it to his people. It seems that the situation in Snow Cloud Palace is very critical. Those princes are here. It is obvious that they are facing fierce battles. It is very likely that in addition to the prince, there will be another group of people competing for the throne. The gold mask said. Queen, said Knight Solitary Wolf. Yes, the queen is the royal family that I let go before. After I discipled my emperor, I have been struggling to support it. So now I will die inexplicably. The queen wants to seize power, but the princes are not reconciled, said Shui Wenbo. The hidden strength of Blue Snow City should belong to the queen. But those princes don't know. They always thought that their emperor was in control. The gold mask said, In this case, once we get the queen's notice, we will kill immediately. Into the Snow Cloud Palace, kill them all. The strength of Blue Snow City, they have no choice but to use them. It must be the most critical time when they use them. At that time we can go in the best. The wooden mask said with a smile. After we went in, they must have lost both sides. It is. Yes, the queens are sure that they will put everything on Blue Snow City, but Blue Snow City is under our control. The golden mask also laughed. Shenxiang had to admire them. At the beginning, she thought of destroying Blue Snow City first. Although it was not calculated before, it would have been considered in the long run. I don't know why. There are many people at Knight Solitary Wolf, and there are quite a few of the entire city, Lord's Mansion. The actual guys? Shenxiang asked curiously. Everyone was quietly wiped out, sinking into the water and feeding the beast. Wolf Eagle said with a smile, Now here are our people. After Knight Solitary Wolf took over the task of attacking Snow Cloud Palace, he began planning and putting people here, so it was so fast. After waiting a few days, the emperor sent people over. The person was still scarred and should have been attacked on the road. He came here and handed the secret to Knight Solitary Wolf, and they died. Now it's time to go. Snow Cloud Emperor City is 3 days away. The Golden Masker said that it seems that all the plans are for this golden mask. Knight Solitary Wolf, they have thousands of people and are world-defying sacred realm, much stronger than the strength of Blue Snow City. In order to get Shenxiang's more than 10 high-quality crystal emperors, Knight Solitary Wolf used its biggest strength. If he knows that the dozen or so crystal emperors were made by Shenxiang in 2 days, he will definitely be very upset. Knight Solitary Wolf in Ancient Wolf Clan it is sure to secretly establish its own big forces. Usually, it often takes some difficult tasks to earn resources and improve reputation. If they succeed this time, they will definitely be famous again. Xinxiang is not at the forefront because the front is the AS Salt unit. He just sits on the last ancient wolf crocodile, waiting patiently for the good news. Snow Cloud Emperor City, where Snow Cloud Palace is located, has been tangled up and people inside have escaped from the city. Because of the Great War, the city built with giant trees has also been greatly damaged. Snow Cloud Emperor City, where Snow Cloud Palace is located, has been tangled up and people inside have escaped from the city. Because of the Great War, the city built with giant trees has also been greatly damaged. Xinxiang is far away from Snow Cloud Emperor City, but can see a lot of black smoke coming out. The fall of the expert Great War hits here, and a breath of air permeates the world around. The whole city has not been destroyed. These giant trees can really be awkward. Xinxiang exclaimed that Snow Cloud Emperor City is also a wall built with the trunk of a giant tree and allows the wall to float on the surface. World-defying sacred realm, the peak of the expert fights, cannot let the wood city collapse. This is the kind of ancient tree credit. Only Xinxiang himself is outside because there is now a great war inside. If he goes in, encountering the mighty world-defying sacred realm peak will be dangerous for him and will drag the Night Solitary Wolf to them. Night Solitary Wolf, when they entered, it was also the top of world-defying sacred realm. Go straight to find those experts and then clean up other people with slightly lower cultivation base. Wait a second, Night Solitary Wolf. Their plans are very comprehensive and they should be able to win the Snow Cloud Emperor City very smoothly. This was the case with the previous Blue Snow City. The Night Solitary Wolf took them without any loss, which made Xinxiang very confident in them. A little bit past, Xinxiang saw a lot of people coming out of Snow Cloud Emperor City, who were out of town because they couldn't stand the kind of battle inside. There are still a lot of people in Snow Cloud Emperor City, mainly reluctant to buy the shops they buy inside. Xinxiang asked about it, only to know that Great War is mainly concentrated in the middle of Snow Cloud Palace, and Snow Cloud Palace is a barrier, which can block the energy wave of certain battles. Otherwise, the city can't stand it. Xinxiang waited for 2 days outside, and the movements at that time were already a lot smaller. Before that, there was a loud noise from time to time, and now it is getting less and less. You can go in and have a look. Xinxiang is also somewhat curious about the situation. It is obvious that now is the end of the Great War. He will not encounter any danger when he goes inside, not to mention that many people are still inside. Great War mainly broke out in Snow Cloud Palace. I should have no problem getting into Snow Cloud Empire first. Xinxiang controls the ancient wolf crocodile to go forward and go to Snow Cloud Emperor City. Coming to the Snow Cloud Emperor City, the streets are empty, the shops are closed, and the entire city is shrouded in a devastating atmosphere, making people feel that the city will be destroyed at any time. For Xinxiang, he saw more of this scene and naturally could not scare him. However, he is still cautious towards the Snow Cloud Palace. Snow Cloud Palace is in the middle of the city, and there will still be a chi wave coming out from inside, but it is weak. What happened? Even if the Great War is over, it shouldn't be like this. It feels like a great war suddenly broke. Xinxiang frowned and said, "Is a Night Solitary Wolf they have an advantage?" "It may be both losers or suddenly." Bai Yu said, "If the Night Solitary Wolf has the upper hand, it should be cleaned up now, and the movement will be great. It should never be like this." Xinxiang also thinks about it. You can only go and see. Xinxiang casts an anti-strength and hides. Soon he came to the door of Snow Cloud Palace. The walls of Snow Cloud Palace were made of trunks of giant trees, but the trunks were somewhat different. There were many things placed inside, so that the entire Snow Cloud Palace was a barrier as shrouded. Night Solitary Wolf can learn the Tao Creation spell of the 3rd level, and explain that people like the Master of the Formation is still very good, can arrange a strong barrier, but only relatively strange to the pillar, should go in. Shen Xiang uses S.P.A.C. time power teleport through the barrier. After entering, it is a very wide Great Dao. On both sides of the Great Dao, it is a very wide plaza, and at the end of the Great Dao is a huge palace. Shen Xiang was invisible and walked on Great Dao. Many people on the plaza on the left and right sides of Great Dao sat on the ground. He took a closer look and found Knight, Solitary Wolf, and Shui Wenbo, and the others. They were on the right. Here, the people on the left should look at the clothes in the imperial palace. They all sat on the ground, and their faces were black. When they saw this symptom, Shen Xiang knew they were poisoned. Both sides are poisoned. What is going on? To make Shen Xiang incredible, it must be suddenly poisoned with a hit. Is there a third party who is not here? Shen Xiang hastily headed to Knight, Solitary Wolf. How are you? Shen Xiang directly introduced the voice to the Lone Wolf team and Shui Wenbo in the ears of more than a dozen people. When they heard Shen Xiang's voice, they were very surprised. At this time, they also sensed that something was close, but the breath was very subtle. This was Shen Xiang deliberately exuding. Otherwise, they could not feel it. We are poisoned, Shui Wenbo whispered. In the battle just now, suddenly appeared another group of people, poisoning both of us. Fortunately, Knight Solitary Wolf responded promptly, and immediately attacked each other with poison. Now we all poisoned. What the H.E.L. is going on? Shen Xiang still doesn't understand. On the other side of Great Dao, there are three forces. One is the queen, the other is the prince, and the other is my junior brother, Shui Wenbo said. The queen and the prince played, the princes were defeated. When we often deal with the queen, when we want to win, my junior brother suddenly emerges. Shui Wenbo has a junior brother. When the junior brother got the emperor at Shui Wenbo, she was suddenly missing, just to wait for the opportunity. When the Shui Wenbo master Pa S said the emperor to him, his junior brother was very embarrassed, said and angry, so secretly developed strength, waiting for the opportunity. This is the place where Knight Solitary Wolf is wrong, because no one would have thought that this time would suddenly emerge from such a guy. Shui Wenbo, this junior brother, still has a few hands. Otherwise it will not let the Knight Solitary Wolf all poison them. Ha ha! An old man suddenly smiled. Senior brother, although you don't know how you invited Knight Solitary Wolf, but you didn't succeed, haha, the most collapsed inside should be the Queen Centaur. They thought they would soon defeat the prince. At this time, they suddenly appeared to support Blue Snow City. When the queen was over happy, Knight Solitary Wolf was a group of people. Not saying anything further. See who is playing. Prince and Queen Centaur are beaten by Knight Solitary Wolf. When they were beaten almost, they suddenly emerged from Shui Wenbo's junior brother, and also used the secret technique to drop a poisonous rain, causing all the people in Snow Cloud Palace to be poisoned. Knight Solitary Wolf, after they were poisoned, they saw Shui Wenbo's junior brother coming in with a group of laughed heartily. Then each member of their lone wolf team released a poisonous octopus. The poisoned octopus spewed many poisonous qi. Shui Wenbo. A group of junior brothers are also poisoned. Knight Solitary Wolf, after they were poisoned, they saw Shui Wenbo's junior brother coming in with a group of laughed heartily. Then each member of their lone wolf team released a poisonous octopus. The poisoned octopus spewed many poisonous qi. Shui Wenbo. A group of junior brothers are also poisoned. Shen Xiang has finally figured out, actually is such a thing. Some complicated, in short, all the people who want to compete for the throne are all poisoned, and there are many serious injuries. Those poisons don't immediately kill people, but after poisoning they feel pain. They need to use strength to force the poison, otherwise the poison will be deeper. Yuan Lingyun, don't laugh, you can't go anywhere now. You are poisoned too. Shui Wenbo angrily said that although Shen Xiang came, Shen Xiang had only one person and couldn't hold it. Oh, you're kind of poison. I will be able to unlock it soon. Yuan Lingyun said with a sneer. You are a group of chaotic parties. Actually want to usurp our throne. You all have to die. A middle-aged woman angrily said. Can see that her broken clothes were originally very expensive, and her face has become dark black in the two poisons. You Blue Snow City, how can we even send us? I have given you resources. The Crown Prince angrily said that before they saw the warrior claiming Blue Snow City into the palace, he was very excited, and he knew that even they— Oh, your resources are only a fart. Shui Wenbo angrily said. The emperor was originally mine. If my disciple is not betraying me, you have no chance to stay in the imperial palace. Soon they quarreled with a slap in the face. In the distance, there was a loud noise coming from a sudden look. It was a dozen young people, dressed in luxury and riding some soul beast. It's the Fire Country next door. What is this group of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S doing this time? Shui Wenbo whispered angrily, said that he had thought of something. Fire Crown, please help us to force the poison out. Yuan Lingyun just had no fear. Actually, it was colluding with the Crown Prince of the next Fire Country. You are poisoned too. Fireman Crown Hehe smiled. Unfortunately, I don't know how to detoxify. Yuan Lingyun was furious, and the Crown Prince apparently wanted to swallow the Snow Cloud Palace. Shen Xiang smiled in the heart. Well, now there is a Fire Crown Prince, but this guy seems to be much smarter than the previous Crown Prince. Now it's the most convenient, of course. He may not have expected that I will be here. Shan Xiang has collected some venom and sent it to Sima Yao and Bai Yu to see if they can get detoxification done through these venoms. Now he only uses first-level time domain for the two women, which can give him more reservations. More strength, because waiting for it may require him to shoot. Hey, Night Solitary Wolf is here too. It's a big fist. Plus the former Snow Cloud Empire's Emperor Shui Wenbo is also here. It's really lively. Fire Cloud Crown Prince laughed heartily up. Start today. Snow Cloud Empire is mine. Dream. Shan Xiang immediately released 3 poisonous monkeys, and the poisonous monkey immediately flew past. Just let Shan Xiang not think that this time he lost his hand. He has to say that this Fire Cloud Crown Prince is still a little doorway. After feeling the danger, the red armor on the body immediately burst into a fire, bringing the 3 poisonous close monkey all retreat. Shan Xiang immediately let the poisonous monkey come back. The armor is very powerful, releasing a strong flame. If you attack again, you may be injured. Who is here? Fire King Crown Prince has sensed that someone is in the direction of Shui Wenbo. After Shin Xiang appeared, faintly smiled, a nameless P-A-W-N. It's you. The prince and the stupid crown prince shouted because they had seen Shin Xiang before, and they all handed over the resources to Shin Xiang. Now they suddenly understand what it is. They are all was cheated. Who are you? Crown Prince is very vigilant at this time, because he doesn't have the expert of world-defying sacred realm, and the strongest is only 4 world-defying sacred realm late stage. Other world-defying sacred realm has followed Yuan Lingyun and is now poisoned. It is not so easy to detoxify. Everything is said, it's just a nameless P-A-W-N. Shin Xiang sighed. When you look like a human being, how can you not understand the human language? Snow Cloud Palace is ours. I am going to clean up the scene now. Go out and get out, otherwise I will clean up with you. Ha ha! The Crown Prince heard the words of Shin Xiang and suddenly burst into laughter. Who are you? You guys at world-defying sacred realm middle stage. Dare to swear here, I think you are just bluffing. I want to see how you want to clean us. The Crocodile Crown Prince waved his hand and saw an old man suddenly behind him Russ. Plussing to Shin Xiang, setting off a gust of wind, and the moment came. The skinny veteran was like a steel knife, directly slamming to Xin Xiang's head. He unexpectedly wanted to kill Xin Xiang with bare hands. Xin Xiang is already a world-defying Sacred Realm middle stage peak. It is only a half step away from the late stage. He himself has a very good Tao creation spell. The old thing of this world-defying Sacred Realm late stage is that he wants to be close to the hand. Killing him is simply whimsical. Old turtle, you oversold it. Shan Xiang shot faster. No one saw when his hand was moving, just saw the old man's hand knife down. The wrist was suddenly done by Xin Xiang left-hand grab. Old man, when I was amazed, I wanted to kick and kick to Xin Xiang. The legs had condensed the raging strength, and the spurt came out making a sound of wong. However, when he was out, Xin Xiang had another hand already played. Tao creation spell was completed in his arm. Thunder fire shocked, 3 Tao creation spell, and merged, and the thunder fire shocked world defying. Xin Xiang's fist has been shot, kneeling on the chest of the old man, only to hear a bang. The heat wave accompanied by lightning. The power of the violent turbulence did not break out, but all poured into the body of the old man. Ah! The old man screamed and was thrown out by Shen Xiang like a litter of garbage. The whole person became a group of soft mud and squatted on the ground. Everyone saw that the scalp could not help but numb. Just a moment of the moment, unexpectedly put the old man of world-defying Sacred Realm late stage to the bones. The old man is dying. To restore the fleshly body, it must be many years. I just cleaned up the garbage. Xin Xiang took a scared hand and said, Crown Prince, if you are interested, just go. I am too lazy to fight you. You! The Fire Cloud Crown Prince was furious. He was the Crown Prince of the Fire Cloud Empire. Unexpectedly laughed at by an unknown soldier. How can he bear this breath? What's more, he has so much support for Yuan Lingyun, and he will succeed if he can't go. It will make him lose a lot. If you don't want to live, you will break your own. If you are such a thing, I will not bother to fight you. Crown Prince coldly said, You go, I can let you take Knight's solitary wolf, and they will go. If you don't want to live, you will break your own. If you are such a thing, I will not bother to fight you. Crown Prince coldly said, You go, I can let you take Knight's solitary wolf, and they will go. Shen Xiang's purpose is Forbidden Land and Snow Cloud Palace. Seeing success, how can he give up? It seems that your garbage is not willing to go. I can only fight to clean up you. Xin Xiang said solemnly, He has already taken out Divine Mirror of 6 paths. You 3 together. Fire Cloud Crown Prince shouted. Now they have only 3 old men in the world defying Sacred Realm late stage. And the Fire Crown Prince thinks that if they join forces, they should be able to easily defeat Xin Xiang's. The 3 old men immediately rushed to Xin Xiang, and at the moment they rushed, Xin Xiang released the 3 stealth poisonous monkeys. After the poisonous monkey went out, they flashed directly behind them. The 3 old men also sensed that something quickly approached them, and the speed was very fast. They were both scared and gave up attacking Xin Xiang, and immediately avoided the 3 poisonous monkeys. Xin Xiang immediately set off and rushed to an old man closest to him. He controlled Divine Mirror of 6 paths and faced the old man with a mirror. The mirror released a strength of killing formation condense. This strength is like a handle. Murderous aura divine sword spilled from the mirror and hit the old man directly. Just for a moment, the old man was covered with shocking sword marks. There were many blood holes in the body, and the old man couldn't afford it. Life and death were unknown. Everyone saw Xin Xiang's Divine Mirror of 6 paths so terrifying, and the heart was even more frightened. Shen Xiang was very terrifying just now, and played a world-defying Sacred Realm old man softly like mud. And now the mirror is just take a look. Let the old man of a world-defying Sacred Realm late stage be stabbed by 100 swords. Shen Xiang's 2 old men are easier for Xin Xiang, and he has already prepared Qin Shuang and Long Shui for the shot because he is worried that the Crown Prince will run away. He repeatedly let the Crown Prince get out of the way, But the crown prince is not rolling, but also wants these old men to kill him, so he will not give the chance to crown prince. Xinxiang releases the divine mirror of 6 paths, forming a field that blocks all the 2 old men near him. These 2 old men are world-defying sacred realm late stage, and strength is still very strong. Xinxiang even uses the strength of divine mirror of 6 paths to ban them, but it doesn't last long. But as long as it was enough, the 3 poisonous monkeys had already flashed, and the 2 old men were scratched a few times, infused with strange, intoxicating spirit poison to make them soft. Retreat! The fire cloud crowned prince screamed, and he did not ride the remaining tiger soul beast, and the armor braved a burst of flames, and he tried his best to rush to the door of Snow Cloud Palace. Although the fire crown prince just wanted to sigh, but now it is not right, it immediately runs away. This is good, but Xinxiang will not give him a chance. Qin Shuang has come out of Hidden Jade Villa, holding a purple yang divine sword, and Icefire has been able to stop the way of the crown prince. At the same time, Long Shui holds a white long sword, flutters in the white skirt, floats in the air, and the long sword in the hand slams against the group of people in the crown prince, and makes a white sword chi. Sword chi flew past, some turned into violent flames, some flashed mad thunder, some released frost, and some broke out of shock, and some released a hurricane like a knife. Long Shui's strength is multi-attribute. She is white dragon itself, can copy the strength of various attributes. The fire crown prince did not expect that there would be 2 women coming out of the suddenly, one killing the quartet, killing the group of people he had brought, and the other one was very strong to stop him. Both women are very beautiful and very powerful. In particular, Long Shui can resist the mysterious force of no flying, suspended in the air, which is generally only possible by flying souls, and Long Shui can fly without wings, which is really incredible. Long Shui is a dragon that can fly without wings. With the addition of 3 poisonous monkeys, the group of youngsters brought by the crown prince of Huayun soon screamed and screamed. Now, Xinxiang, Long Shui, Qin Shuang, and 3 poisonous monkeys have surrounded the crown prince, and the crown prince can't fly. He has no retreat at this time. Now he regrets very much. Just when Xinxiang left. Do not go, but now regret it is too late. You can't kill me, otherwise you will get very trouble with Snow Cloud Empire. Our Fire Cloud Empire will be able to live with the same sky, said Fire King. The golden masked man in the distance said, Don't be afraid of him. If the Fire Crown is dead, they will thank you for a large group of princes of the Fire Cloud Empire, and the Crown Prince will smash Yuan Lingyun to seize the neighbors, which is itself he is wrong in the first place, and the forces of the Fire Cloud Empire will never fight the Snow Cloud Empire for this matter. This contradiction itself is picked up by the Crown Prince. If the Fire Crown is killed, it is justifiable. After all, he will seize the throne of other countries. At that time, there must be many voices against the war inside the Fire Cloud Empire, because this battle is just a relations. HI plus P to the face. If you open the game, both losses will affect the interests of the entire Fire Cloud Empire. It would never be like this. My imperial father is the Emperor of Fire, and once I die here, he will kill you with desperation. Fire Crown Prince roared, and he knew that he had come here to smash the disaster. It was destroyed and dragged down the entire Fire Cloud Empire. His imperial father might not do it, and no one would be willing to do it. That's the future. Xinxiang faintly smiled. Qin Shuang Purple Yang Divine Sword moves, leaving only an arc of purple light after image, and the blood that flies out. The Fire Crown Prince has been killed by Qin Shuang, and even the resistance has not resisted. The Crown Prince is also the world-defying sacred realm late stage, but in the face of Xinxiang's he has no strength to resist. Just want to use the Fire Cloud Empire to deter Xinxiang. Su Maiyao in Hidden Jade Villa has produced more than 10 detoxification dan, which she handed over to Xinxiang. Xinxiang took detoxification dan and handed it to Night Solitary Wolf. This is the detoxification dam that has just been reworked. You can see if it works, Xinxiang said. Night Solitary Wolf, they also saw it. Xinxiang has 2 powerful women hiding in it. It is not surprising that there is an alchemist hidden in it. It is just too fast to refine detoxification dan. The queen and the princes can be feared to the extreme. They all see the way Xinxiang just did, and it is very likely that they will be their turn. Old Shui, these people, you can handle it. Xinxiang smiled at Shui Wenbo. Well, Forbidden Land is over there. You go by yourself. It's very easy to find. Shui Wenbo pointed to one direction. Xinxiang gave enough crystal emperor to the Night Solitary Wolf and then headed for Forbidden Land. Xinxiang gave enough crystal emperor to the Night Solitary Wolf and then headed for Forbidden Land. Forbidden Land is a hill. There is a cave on the hill. The cave is dark and there is nothing in it. When Xinxiang wants to go in, it is blocked by a strength outside the hills and feet. When she touched the strength, Xinxiang felt the body feel like being shocked and numb. There is actually a barrier here. I unexpectedly found it. Xinxiang was very surprised. In the past, if he encountered a barrier, he would definitely find it in the first place. But this time, he did not notice it at all. Feng Ku'er has been retreating to understand Tao creation spell, and Xinxiang can't let her out immediately, only to try it first. He uses his best in CLA. C time power, which he used to be able to easily cross a variety of barriers, but this time he failed. Although it failed, Xinxiang saw a little hope because when he was using it, he obviously felt that he could open a little invisible SPAC crack, but the SPAC time power that he released at this time was not enough. He has SPAC Saint World Defying Soul, but it is very young. He can get some SPAC power through the SPAC Saint Soul, but the law of SPAC itself is very strong. Plus the barrier also has a block of SPAC power pattern difficult to break open. I don't have enough strength. Xinxiang said to the woman in Hidden Jade Villa, You help me, transporting most of your strength to my body. I will try to put S through this barrier after converting to SPAC power. Su Ma Yao by Yu, a few women immediately released their strongest strength and sent it to Xinxiang. They were originally in the world of Xinxiang's divine sea, and the strength they released was easily absorbed by Xinxiang. After Xinxiang absorbed their strong strength, it immediately ignited the weak SPAC time power. It works. Xinxiang frowns, constantly enhancing SPAC power. He felt that the SPAC crack on the barrier became a little bigger, enough to be successful in the past. Several women continually released the strength, and Xinxiang absorbed it madly, transforming it into her own SPAC Saint Soul to increase the crack in the SPAC. It's going to be successful. Xinxiang snorted and finally opened enough SPAC cracks. At this moment, he came to the cave in a flash. He had successfully penetrated the barrier. It's really tough. Without SPAC time power, it's very difficult to break this barrier, and it's only brute force. Xinxiang feels that even the strength of world-defying sacred realm is still very difficult to open. It's not like grandfather's talent. Qin Shuang said, It's possible that Grandpa and Gutong are working together. Well, what they have teamed up with is really not simple. Xinxiang sighed and walked into the cave. He illuminates the illuminating stone, which makes him look more comfortable. Even if there is no light, he can sense things through his divine sense. The hill is not very big, so the Pa's sage will not be very deep, but after going to the back, Xinxiang found a spiral staircase behind it, which is below the deep ground. He has seen a lot of this kind of construction. It is also a way to stabilize the construction of the teleportation formation. It didn't take much time to go down, and Xinxiang came to a stone room where there was a teleportation formation. Little Shuang, you come out and see how to open this teleportation formation. Xinxiang let Qin Shuang come out. The teleportation formation built by Sun Ant Ancestor, which Sun Xiang had seen before, has a groove dedicated to the Crystal Emperor, but the teleportation formation does not. I look for it. Qin Shuang is not a formation grandmaster, but her grandfather is. She has seen many forms of her grandfather's layout since childhood. How to open the formation she still knows. This teleportation formation is mainly arranged by Gu Tong, and there is no feeling that my grandfather has arranged, said Qin Shuang. Can't you open it? Shen Xiang was a little worried. He came here with great pains. If he couldn't open it, he would be busy. Of course not. Qin Shuang took out a wooden stick and tapped the stone teleportation formation. Not long after, Shen Xiang saw a place where the stick was knocked down and there was a little looseness. Although it was very weak and loose, he and Qin Shuang could see it. It should be able to pick it up, said Qin Shuang, who then put her hand in the loose area, releasing a frost from her palm and letting her palm and stone freeze together. She raised her hand up and lifted a thick, large stone and placed her stone aside, saying to Shen Xiang, "Is there a place to place the Crystal Emperor below?" Is a troublesome design on both sides of the stone. Can Gu Tong be able to open a few grooves directly on the surface of the base like the Sun Old Ancestor? Shen Xiang looked and found that he had 5-block Crystal Emperor. His mother unexpectedly want crystal in pairer. In order to ensure a stable opening of the formation transfer, Shen Xiang can only be put as the best Crystal Emperor, so as not to make mistakes. Gu Tong is a guy who pursues perfect. He is definitely not allowed on the surface. Qin Shuang put the stone down, so he made it like this. If there is no hint, it is hard to find. Qin Shuang can find it, and when she remembered that her grandfather had talked about a setup formation before, she would make the surface very flat and beautiful, and hide the groove filled with energy very well. It's a weird guy. Shen Xiang lightly snorted. You can now open teleportation formation. Well, I am entering Hidden Jade Villa, which can alleviate the burden of teleportation formation and can be more stable. If the transmission is over, you should be hiding in the first place. Qin Shuang warned repeatedly if teleportation formation is in a very dangerous where the Shen Xiang suddenly appears, it will be very dangerous. Shen Xiang nodded and secretly reversed the strength. Once it was successfully transmitted, he immediately concealed it. After Qin Shuang enters Hidden Jade Villa, Shen Xiang infiltrates divine sense into the teleportation formation and opens teleportation formation. Teleportation formation glittering a burst of golden light and under a violent trembling sent Shen Xiang away. Shui Wenba just felt the shock from the Forbidden Land, and suddenly he was shocked because his master also opened the teleportation formation. Shen Xiang is just the current strength. He can actually enter the Forbidden Land and open the teleportation formation. Go to World Defying Soul, River 5th Layer. After Shen Xiang's successful transmission, he felt stable. He took a closer look and immediately heard a scream. Ah, hooligan! Where is the scorpion? Kill him! Shen Xiang stunned, and he was actually transferred to a very shallow round pool where there are several women who are taking a bath. Before Shen Xiang, I thought that I would send it to a variety of dangerous places, or places that people were watching, such as Plaza, but unexpectedly did not expect to appear in this fragrant place. Before Shen Xiang, I thought that I would send it to a variety of dangerous places, or places that people were watching, such as Plaza, but unexpectedly did not expect to appear in this fragrant place. There is a teleportation formation under this pool, and I don't know what it is. It will be regarded as a place for bathing. Shen Xiang originally wanted to exert the anti-strength, but he was a little slower. Several Yuli Mei people in the water pool just surrounded him and threw out the formation plate to block all his strength. These 5 beautiful women are covered in thin dresses, and they are closely attached to the fascinating body. But Shen Xiang has no intention to watch, because these beautiful women are murderous aura, holding the sharp divine sword. Youth, how did you come in? A woman, headed by angrily, said that this woman is the most tall, has a beautiful face of the melon seeds, and the curved eyebrows are close, very angry and alert. You young lady, I didn't see anything, really. Xinxiang said this is really true. After he appeared, there was a large splash of water, and then he heard various screams, waiting for him to react. A beautiful woman has put on a tulle skirt to enclose him. I still want to argue, can you know who we are? Actually come here to sneak. Killing you directly is too convenient for you. A charming woman with phoenix eyes said that her chest is the smallest of these women, but it is also very grand. It is really difficult for Xinxiang to explain at this time. He can understand these beautiful people. After all, when a shower suddenly emerges as a man, it will definitely make them very angry. I really didn't see anything. I suddenly emerged from below. I didn't see anything. You just got dressed. Xinxiang sighed helplessly. Big sister, he seems to be telling the truth. A woman who looks more beautiful and whispered, Don't listen to him nonsense. He appeared here out of thin air. The purpose is obvious. Who doesn't know that this place is given by the imperial father to our 5 sisters? The longest and tallest big sister angrily said that she controlled that the sword floated over and resisted Xinxiang's throat. Zul thief. You have been imprisoned by us using the formation plate. You have been unable to move. If it is not good to cooperate with us, don't blame us. Well, how do you want me to cooperate with you? Xinxiang said helplessly. How did you come here? Tell us honestly. The long-legged woman screamed. Xinxiang now finds that it is actually a mountainside, probably because of this teleportation formation, so that after the formation of the pool, it can gather a lot of energy in the water. Xinxiang is now soaked in water. You can feel the thick, violent soul power, but also very warm, coupled with a heartwarming woman's body fragrance. Really enjoy it. There is an ancient teleportation formation below this pool, said Xinxiang. I came from the world Defying Soul River 3rd layer. I found an ancient teleportation formation there. I can come to the 5th layer after opening. But I don't know if your young lady is here. Otherwise, I won't open the teleportation formation. This guard is strict and very strict. There are barriers on the 3rd and 3rd floors, so the 5 sisters are very relieved to take a bath here. But Xinxiang suddenly emerged, making them unbelievable, so strict protection actually got in, so they have to figure out what is going on. I don't believe it. Long-legged woman coldly said, If you don't believe it, just dry the water here. You can see it carefully. Xinxiang said, If you still don't believe it, I will send you to the world Defying Soul River 3rd layer. They often come in this pool, and they are very shallow just to the waist. Their feet are underneath. Of course, they can sense some concave pattern. They only come out to enhance the soul of the pool. Xinxiang is still a bit honest at this time because these women are very strong. Otherwise, they cannot be stopped in a flash. The reaction is very fast, also the world-defying sacred realm late stage. Second sister, take the water away. I have to look, said the long-legged woman. The second girl was a charming woman with phoenix eyes. She saw her waving a hand. The water in the pool was suspended and then entered a jade bottle in her hand. If you turn on teleportation formation, you should need to put in energy. Myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal or Crystal Emperor. But there is no groove here, said the long-legged woman. Let me move. I will prove it to you. Xinxiang said, I must be very familiar with this pool, and I am here for the first time. But you certainly don't know much about this teleportation formation. Several women formed a seal on the formation plate and sealed Xinxiang under the pit. Xinxiang learned the same thing as Qin Shuang, releasing the cold and cold force, letting his hand and the ground piece of a loose piece of frozen together, then raising his hand to pick up the boulder. Look, Xinxiang lifted the boulder. The pit above is the Crystal Emperor. Because the person who built the teleportation formation is a person who pursues perfect. He doesn't want this pit to appear in the teleportation formation surface. Destroying the overall beauty will be constructed this way. Shen Xiang is now a little grateful to Gu Tong for doing this. Otherwise, he still doesn't know how to prove it. A few women are not talking. They're so strong at a young age, and there is an imperial father in the mouth. Most of them are the daughter of an emperor, and there are all kinds of very powerful divine tools on hand. So they can see the formation, what is also very well understood. Now you can't believe me, there is no way. If you want me to send you to the world-defying soul river third layer, I need several crystal emperors. I have sent them from below, I have run out, and I have to take you back. After sending it back, I have to consume a few crystal emperors, and there are 10 back and forth. Shen Xiang sighed. If you still don't believe it, then kill me. He returned the stone to the pit, then sat on the ground and looked at his face. Of course, he does not accept his life in this way. He still has a way to escape, but it takes a lot of effort, and it really doesn't work. He will do that. The best way to do this now is to try to dismiss the misunderstandings with these women. Otherwise, they will be more troublesome if they conflict with them and alarm the outsiders. These women are neglected. There is communication in their eyes, and they should be discussing how to deal with Shen Xiang in the use of sound transmission. After Shen Xiang saw it, he felt that there was a play and waited patiently. Eat this. The long-legged woman threw a black pill pellet to Shen Xiang. What is this? Shen Xiang did not eat immediately after catching. A heart-devouring pill. After you eat it, if you have a false statement, your heart will suffer from the biting of insects. The long-legged woman said, After you eat, we will ask you questions. Do you have to answer it truthfully? Shen Xiang frowned, thoughtful. Okay. He finally decided to eat. What is your name? Phoenix Eyes asked. Shen Xiang. Are you really not seeing anything? I really didn't see anything. Shen Xiang calmed down. Is the teleportation formation really true? It is true. What cultivation base are you? World-defying Sacred Realm Middle Stage Peak. I am about to step into the world-defying Sacred Realm Late Stage. A few women look at me. I see you. I don't know what they are going to do next, but we can see that they are relieved at this time. Their clean body is not seen by men. How many women have you been plagued? Asked the long-legged woman. Nothing. When Shen Xiang answered, Su Maiyao and Long Shuai both screamed. Shen Xiang answered this question and did not have any discomfort. He was very satisfied with himself. He did not harm the woman. It was your wish. Do you have any bad thoughts about us? The young woman asked softly. There is no evil thought. Shen Xiang did not. He is very honest now, seeing that Shen Xiang had no painful expression on his face, and there was no discomfort. These women felt a little unbelievable in their hearts. The man didn't even have evil thoughts on them. They knew that many men would like to see them every time they saw them. Their clothes are torn, and they are swallowed up. After we release the seal, can you fight us? Asked the long-legged woman. Of course not. You are much better than me. I can't beat you. Shen Xiang bit her with a smile. The long-legged woman was lightly snorted, then removed the formation plate, and Shen Xiang jumped up from below. You young lady, will Dan Dan have any influence on me in the future? Shen Xiang is not very worried. He is an alchemy. He just wants to understand this kind of Dan. Know half a time that efficacy will pass. The long-legged woman said that at this time they were very alert to Shen Xiang. After all, this is their very private place. There is a man here, making them very uncomfortable. That's good. Shen Xiang took a sigh of relief and then scratched his head and smiled. I don't know where this is. I just came here from the 3rd floor of World-Defying Soul River, and I don't know anything about it. I just heard you say the word Imperial Father. You must be the daughter of an emperor. Is this inside the Imperial Palace? This is Heaven's proud empire. Our imperial father is heaven's proud D Emperor, and you are now in the heaven's proud Emperor Palace, said the long-legged woman. You young lady, can you send me out of the imperial palace? I can't go out like this. Xinxiang thought about it and took out a box of myriad Dao divine soul crystal and said, This is a reward for you. You just came here from below. If you want to survive, you need a lot of resources. You still have to keep it. We will send you out of the palace, that's it. The long-legged woman said. Although these women were very fierce, they were in a hurry. It seems that they all seem to be gentle and kind. Otherwise, Xinxiang will be killed. They took out a small house from the storage divine tool and put it in a light house. This will take you out, and being seen will definitely make a lot of irresponsible. Phoenix eyes, said the woman. You don't have a storage divine tool for it? Xinxiang asked. No, let's think about it, said the long-legged woman. A cute, round-faced woman who has never spoken before said with a smile, It is better to disguise him as a woman, and then say it is Arambara. Sment, this should be no problem. Another big-eyed woman who didn't talk, Poochie, smiled. Big sister is just a little shorter than him. Clothes should fit. A few women stared at Xinxiang, and they all showed a playful smile. They dressed such a strong man as a woman, and they couldn't help laughing when they thought of it. Xinxiang's heart screamed a few times. What made him speechless was that Long Shui was in the hidden jade villa and asked Xinxiang to do what he wanted. Absolutely not. Xinxiang is very resolutely opposed. How can't you? Or do you want to talk about how you want to mix out? We must not let you go out with us as a man. We're seen where our 5 sisters bring a man into the bath. What do people think? Yeah, the lovely round-faced woman happily said with a smile, You will be a woman. You must believe in my makeup. Come on. The woman with big eyes urged that the 2 gimmicks had not spoken before, but now they have become so lively. The long-legged woman has taken out her suit and is very good-looking. Wait. Xinxiang hastily shouted, If you really make up a woman, he will have a shadow in the future. Only this way. The long-legged woman's face showed a hint of crafty smile, and she seemed to want to see how Xinxiang was a woman. Yes. A big man, what are you grinding? Get off your clothes and start now. What are you doing? We often dress up as women, and you have nothing to do with a woman. Xinxiang is speechless. These women have been fierce, but now they are strongly and pretty urged to play as a woman. I have a better way, and it doesn't have to be that much trouble. When Xinxiang finished, he became a very cute white kitten. Xinxiang reluctantly screamed twice, then turned into a voice with divine sense and said, You are holding me out. That's all right. Better than making up a woman. You are actually a soul, and it's still a cat soul. The long-legged woman hastily brought Xinxiang up and caressed Xinxiang. No, I am a real human. I can only become a cat. I can become other and take me out, Xinxiang said. Several women came over and shouted Xinxiang, who became a little white cat. He did not believe that Xinxiang was a human being, and Xinxiang became a cute little squirrel in desperation, and they believed. If you still don't believe it, Xinxiang is going to change a snake or something more scary. Scare them. Finally, Xinxiang fell into the hands of the women's eyes. She seemed to like cats and let Xinxiang change from squirrels back to cats. Although it was touched by such a beautiful person, Xinxiang felt very uncomfortable and could only helplessly endure it. When he went out of the palace, he could be arrogant. This imperial palace is very large, just like a small city. There are mountains, waters, and rivers, various palace buildings, and numerous gardens. Xinxiang was sitting on the RV with a few women at the moment, making the emperor's palace. Several young ladies, we can know each other is a fate. I don't know if I can be a friend. Xinxiang suddenly said that they are queens, and their strength is not weak. It is best to make nature. Xinxiang's cultivation base is not high, but his transformation technique is very good, so that several women are eye-opening. They think that Shen Xiang is also a very good person. Although some misunderstandings have occurred before, it has now been lifted. Shen Xiang's cultivation base is not high, but his transformation technique is very good, so that several women are eye-opening. They think that Shen Xiang is also a very good person. Although some misunderstandings have occurred before, it has now been lifted. Of course, said the long-legged woman. She was a big sister, and she saw her nod, and the other four younger sisters nodded. I don't know the young lady. Shen Xiang said with a smile. Zhou Jiqin, Zhou Jiqi, Zhou Jishu, Zhou Jihua, Zhou Zi. Several women have reported their names, from big to small. They are only the last word, so it is very easy to remember. It's easy to remember. Shen Xiang happily said with a smile, I don't know how to contact you in the future. Easy, there's a place outside the palace called Heavenly Sound Villa. If you're looking for us, you can go inside and see it from time to time. We will often play there. Zhou Jiqin said, You have myriad Dao divine soil crystal I can go in. That place is not so strict. The big car has already made the imperial palace. Zhou Jiqin let Shen Xiang run out in nowhere. And now Shen Xiang is still a kitten. Even if it is seen, there will be no doubt. After Shen Xiang left, he let go of his heart and finally escaped an unacceptable place. It was really dangerous inside. Shen Xiang has turned into a human shape and walked down the street. Yeah, fortunately this woman is not the kind of savage woman. Otherwise you little rascal will be dead rascal this time. Long Shui chuckle said, I did not expect you to be so honest, did not hit their ideas. Shen Xiang coldly snorted, I have always been so honest. Although the 5 sisters of Zhou clan are very beautiful, Shen Xiang thinks that Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu are more flavorful, not to mention Shen Xiang and their deep feelings. They have experienced many things together, and now they have been together for a long time. Even if he meets a beautiful woman, he will not be in the heart. Before Peng Xuanfei was also Long Shui and Su Maiyao, they wanted to get in with them. Shen Xiang didn't have a thought. The 5 layers look much better than the previous 3rd layer. Water is there in that place. Shen Xiang saw many people and souls on the street. They are all good, they practice here, but also sprint a higher 6th layer where it is the inaugural land. Everyone here feels that the land of innocence is a very sacred place. Even if they have enough strength to go, they are still here because they want to wait for more strength to go. There should be pills sold here. Shen Xiang released more than a dozen ratmans, strolling on the street and asking around, which allowed him to get to know the world-defying soul river 5th layer more quickly. Shen Xiang is mainly looking for it. Is there any pills that can make people break through at world-defying sacred realm? Although he already has soul-defying sacred pearl. Soul-defying sacred pearl is still not fast enough, and it is not enough for Bai Yuyu and Su Maiyao to have several advantages. Only one soul-defying sacred pearl is enough. About half an hour later, Shen Xiang found a pills shop through a ratman. The pills store is located in the middle of an empty plaza, looks like a splendid palace and looks sacred, showing how sacred alchemist is in the world-defying soul river 5th layer. Isn't this Zhou Jiqin? Shen Xiang saw a tall woman walking through the ratman into the pill store, and he quickly walked over. Ratman also entered the pill store and found that the people inside were all cultivation bases that were not low, and they looked very healthy. It is obvious that the pillars are very expensive here. Only those who have the power and wealth can afford it. This little stunner is here too. Shen Xiang also saw the charming girl of Phoenix, eyes through Ratman, Zhou Jiqi. The 2 of them are sitting next to a counter, listening to a middle-aged man who talks about the efficacy of a dan. Although Shen Xiang was not on the scene, he could see that the middle-aged man's dan was very poor through Ratman. The first is the surface of the dan, which is very rough. If it is of excellent quality, the surface is smooth and jade, crystal clear. Clear. The dan in the middle hand is not only rough, but also not round and elliptical. Shenxiang can tell that this is definitely Alchemist's lack of stamina when he is in alchemy, and he will refine this defective product. There is nothing to refine the defective products. After all, it is normal to miss the hand, but it is not right to take it out and sell it. Shenxiang saw two delicately pretty women listening to Ji, D, and knew they were going to be cheated. They are friends that Shenxiang has just made, and Shenxiang can't watch them being cheated. Shenxiang came to the pills shop in the palace with the fastest speed. It is like A.S.P.A. Sias Hall with many counters. There are all kinds of spirit herbs, but the quality is very general, even some very poor. Experienced Shenxiang knows that these are the picked-up garbage pills, posing something that is deceptive. Two young ladies really, unexpectedly meet you here. Do you have 3 younger sisters? Shenxiang came to Zhou Ziqin and Zhou Ziqi and said, Zhou Ziqin, they are listening to the effect of the middle-aged boasting of the Dan, listening to Ji. D suddenly heard Shenxiang's voice, making them somewhat surprised. They went back. Let's go out and buy some pills and go back. Zhou Ziqin lighted with a smile. Now we are world-defying sacred realm late-stage peak. I want a breakthrough. I can only eat pills. Shenxiang is surprised that they are the emperors in the imperial palace, and there is no alchemist in the imperial palace. The middle-aged saw Shenxiang suddenly appearing, and he secretly whispered a few words, but he did not understand it. Shenxiang looked better than the other, but the other aspects were very poor. They were dressed in general. The cultivation base was generally not as good as these two. A woman, but actually can hook up such blee woman. This young master, this kind of Dan, is also very suitable for you. It is high world's saint world defying Dan. The middle-aged face showed a professional smile. This Dan name is Chong Yuan Ao Xing Dan. You are now world-defying sacred realm middle stage. Eating this Dan, it will be a lot easier to break through the bottleneck. Shenxiang looked at it, slightly frowned, said, The quality of Dan here is not very good. It looks very bad. The middle-aged man stunned, and he did not expect that the soil that was suddenly released was so eye-catching. This is the refining of 10 top-rank alchemists in our store, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Middle-aged man said with a smile, You don't know about the pillar. Don't make a conclusion. Shenxiang, why do you say that this quality of Dan is not good? I can still look at it. Asked Zhou Ziqin. Zhou Ziqi took the Dan, looked carefully, and said, This Dan is really good. Why is it that the quality is not good? Zhou Ziqi took the Dan, looked carefully, and said, This Dan is really good. Why is it that the quality is not good? Shenxiang secretly despised a pair of these two sisters, 2 idiots. Of course, he will not say it. This kind of thing is very hurtful. The surface of this Dan looks very rough. There are many granules, and this Dan is not round, which is usually caused by a mistake in the condensate, which can be said to be a poor quality Dan. Shenxiang said, It is too bad to take it out. The middle-aged face responsible for selling Dan changed. Shenxiang said it was good. But Shenxiang dared to say something like this. It was simply licking their signature. What do you mean? The middle-aged man's voice sank. You are here to make trouble. I am just telling the truth. Shenxiang is not afraid of trouble. I think you are just talking nonsense. The middle-aged man deliberately pretended to be very angry, and the voice became much bigger. So many people here heard it. Some people responsible for the safety of the shop have Italy come over. Some people are making trouble here. They are responsible for fighting. Zhou Ziqin slightly wrinkled her eyebrows. She didn't expect Shenxiang to be really dare to make a fuss. It was like this. For a large shop, it was very lethal. Zhou Ziqi wanted to beastily dissuaded, but was pulled by Zhou Ziqin. She gave Zhou Ziqi sound transmission. Second sister, let's take a look. Maybe we are really cheated. Shenxiang, this guy can be evil. Very well, maybe he is right. Brat, if you don't explain things today, you probably won't come out of this door. Even if you can go out, we will throw you out. The middle-aged picked up his sleeves and said with a sullen look, Xinxiang saw this gold and jade in the glorious Splendor Palace shop. I thought that the pills sold here were good, but after entering it I was disappointed. It was actually a liar. My words are very clear. You can produce a very poor quality Dan. You should not sell it. This is a kind of fraud. Xinxiang has a calm tone and looks very calm. There are two emperors in him. He is not afraid of him. You are insulting, alchemist. Don't you know the sacred existence of alchemist? The middle-aged coldly said, If you really don't know, it's justifiable. You apologize, that's all right. We will not pursue you. The Xingxin Pills store has been open for many years. We are all here to buy pills. How can it be of poor quality? That is, you young people don't talk nonsense. This shop can be open in the city for many years, and it is so lively every day. This is what everyone sees. Insulting alchemist is a sin. Many people have shouted. Xinxiang is very surprised by this phenomenon. He thinks that these people have never seen a good pillar. The alchemist level here is there, but they refuse to take the good things out and take the failed products to sell them to defraud myriad Dao. Divine soil crystal, this is very much too much. Brat is not talented, but I have also refined a few furnaces. The quality of my refining Dan is much better than this. Xinxiang said helplessly. Dan here and the herbs here are very inferior things. Haven't you seen any good things? The group ridicule that Xinxiang released suddenly caused public anger. The hall was like a blast, and all kinds of accusations broke out, all against Xinxiang's. Xinxiang doesn't matter if it doesn't matter. It makes people more angry. Zhou Ziqin and Zhou Ziqin have seen good things. They have seen good herbs. It is really better to compare the counters here, but they only come here to buy Dan. They often come here to buy Dan, mainly Imperial Palace. The alchemist inside is very busy, and the refining Dan gives the expert of the Empire. And they only occasionally eat one or two, but those Dan are the same as Xinxiang. The surface is rough, not round enough. You will be alchemy? It's so funny. The middle-aged smile didn't smile. It seems that you are making trouble. Come, pick him up. Several people from the world-defying Sacred Realm late stage came over immediately. At this moment, Zhou Ziqin took out a golden card and said, And slow, I am from the Imperial Palace. I am buying pillars. Actually, the people of the Imperial Palace. Everyone suddenly felt amazed, and even retreat, especially those who wanted to catch Xinxiang's middle-aged man. Dare not approach. The guys in the Imperial Palace cannot afford it. The middle-aged man who just sold Dan was shocked. He knew that these two women must have been born in, Blee, but they did not expect it to be the Imperial Palace. It is likely to be the royal girl. However, he also knows about the situation in the Imperial Palace. These two women often come here to buy Saint World Defying Dan, which shows that they fell out of favor in the Imperial Palace. Otherwise, they will be alchemists for their alchemy. And they bought it for so long they didn't find it, and they can see that they don't know much about pills. Thinking of this layer, the middle-aged man is relieved. This brat is your friend? Asked the middle-aged man. Yes, we just met soon. Zhou Ziqin replied truthfully, but I believe that he will never say such a thing for no reason. Don't know if you can give him a chance to prove himself? Of course, I have already sent people to alchemist in our store. Doesn't Brat know that he knows alchemy? Okay, let him refine it and give it to me. Middle-aged man looks at Xinxiang. Very disdain. He does not believe that Xinxiang can refine a good Dan, although Xinxiang has seen their pills is inferior. Soon, I walked out of two old men, with a touch of medicinal fragrance, white hair and very simple dress. This is the image of alchemist in everyone's heart. When I saw these two alchemists, everyone was awe-inspiring and the most respected alchemist. Xinxiang, the brat, said that he is alchemist, making them feel an insult to alchemist. First of all, I want to prove that most of your herbs here are inferior. Xinxiang said, It's all that half-dead, and problems occur during planting that lead to poor quality herbs. How do you prove it? The Middle Age seems to have very power, coldly said. Take out your herbs and put them on the table. Xinxiang said, just take the herbs on the counter and let everyone see. Middle-aged coldly snorted, took out more than a dozen herbs, our flowers and plants, looks like yellow and wilting. These herbs are made by special techniques, so it looks like this, and the energy contained in it is very strong, said the middle-aged man. Everyone nodded, even though they had seen fresh herbs, but these alchemists told them that herbs had to be processed to eat and the quality would be higher. Alchemist wouldn't doubt it, so I believe it. How do you sell these herbs? Xinxiang asked. Wait a minute, I want everyone on the spot to try this GRA.S.S, so I have to buy it. How do you sell these herbs? Xinxiang asked. Wait a minute, I want everyone on the spot to try this GRA.S.S, so I have to buy it. 8,000 pounds of earth crystal, said the middle-aged shopkeeper. Xinxiang really took out 8,000 pounds of myriad Tao divine soil crystal, which is only a trivial point for him. The shot was unexpectedly so wide, and everyone thought he was a poor brat. Next, Xinxiang cut all the herbs into 2 halves in front of everyone. Then he took out a jade bottle and said, I have AgO liquid in the jade bottle that will return herbs to a fresh state. At that time, I randomly picked a person out and asked him to try the same kind of herbs, 2 different states. After Xinxiang finished, the drops of water in the jade bottle were dropped in half of those herbs, and they quickly returned to the actual fresh appearance, which made the middle-aged shopkeeper and alchemist look shocked. Those herbs are dead, they can't save them, but Xinxiang drops a drop of things and actually resurrect. They began to worry about it, and if Xinxiang confirmed it, their signatures might be Imbara. Sing. Next, Xinxiang randomly selected a few people from the crowd to try the good herbs and bad, and soon came to the conclusion that those who returned to the fresh herbs would be better. Okay, you. Zhou Ziqi also tried it himself, and suddenly became furious. You are actually doing deceptive activities. The majority of the herbs sold here are dead. I just saved it with the G. Oh, yes. If you have fresh herbs, leave it for yourself. Xinxiang said with a loud voice. You! The middle-aged shopkeeper's mouth twitched, very angry, but there were 2 emperors here, and they were not good at it. Now, everyone started to have a questioning voice, because the people who just tried to eat have praised the fresh herbs, and the herbs sold here are just rubbish compared to the fresh ones. What else do you have to say? Deceive us for so long. Zhou Ziqin said coldly, Weekly lady, I remember that you had a kind of dan called heart-devouring pill. If you have eaten it, it will be very painful if you have had lied. Do you know if you give them a meal? Xinxiang hee a smile. Heart-devouring pill. Hearing these 3 words, the middle of the shopkeeper suddenly sweated, and the 2 old alchemists next to him, they all know the terrifying of this thing. Everyone heard about heart-devouring pill. This is a very precious dan. Now they see the middle-aged shopkeeper being scared like this. They are even more skeptical. At this time, suddenly came out an old man, watching the old man, out of the ordinary, knowing that it is a powerful person in the store. Zhao boss! The shopkeeper hastily shouted, I understand everything here. Zhao boss nodded, then whispered, The herbs sold here, the quality is indeed the worst, because the quality is good. We are all used for alchemy. Herbs eat directly. Play the effect is very small, so we will filter out the products that are not very good quality for sale. If you want to buy good herbs, that's fine, but the price is definitely not acceptable to you. You have to know the price of planting herbs. In order to create greater value, we will use good herbs. Alchemy. The boss of Zhao Xinjing has a word, looked at the people and continued, You should have been to many cities, and you have been to other empires. The heroes sold in the big pills stores are like this. This is a hidden rule in our pills line. Xinxiang's heart is cursed, and this guy actually turns black into white. This little brother, your question is good, for everyone's sake, and now you have successfully proved that the quality of the herbs we sell is very poor. I admit it. Zhao Boss said, "If the herbs here are all on good quality herbs, the price will be 10 times higher than dozens of times. But the good herbs effect is only 10 times higher than the poor herbs, which is the same value and everyone has no loss." Shan Xiang secretly confessed to this boss Zhao, actually said so much righteousness, deceived people and said that he is for you. Everyone is not saying anything at this time, because the words of boss Zhao sound very reasonable and it is hard to refute. Well, don't say herbs, say Saint World defying Dan. You Saint World defying Dan is good or bad. Shan Xiang has successfully proved that herbs is inferior, although Zhao Bo has returned, but everyone is sure it will be ridiculous about this matter. Of course it is good. Zhao Boss looked at the grain Dan and said, "Although the surface looks unattractive, our alchemist only pursues quality and does not pursue aesthetics, so you can't judge from the surface that this Dan is bad. I have a test instrument for Dan, which can test the quality of Dan. Zhao Boss has been swindling for many years and has been cheating for many years. At this time he is so calm. It seems that he has fully grasped the matter." Boss Zhao took out a round box. He opened the lid of the round box, put a piece of Dan in it, and then looked at everyone. The Dan to be tested at this time, everyone saw it. Everyone nodded. Zhao Boss closed the lid and saw a value immediately appear on the round lid of the round box. Everyone has seen it. This is the quality of the 90. The higher the value, the higher the quality. Zhao Boss holds the box and shows the lid to everyone, so that everyone can see the above values. You eat the next heart-devouring pill and answer our words, that's all right. Xin Xiang said, "You may have moved this box." Heart-devouring pill is very easy to go wrong. Sometimes, even if you don't answer the question, it will be painful like a knife cut and it will be seriously injured. "I won't try it," Zhao Boss said with a sneer. He said a few words, very reasonable to refuse to eat heart-devouring pill, but cannot force him. If you are skeptical, you may wish to go to the Imperial Palace to borrow a quality test box and compare it with my box to know the true and false. Zhao Boss looked to Zhou Ziqin and Zhou Ziqi. Zhou Ziqin said a few words to Zhou Ziqi, letting Zhou Ziqi go back and take it. She has a result anyway today, because it seems too untrustworthy to find the boss now. Everyone was very patient. After waiting for half an hour, Zhou Ziqi brought a test box, which was a little bigger than Zhao's boss. Then I tested it by Zhou Ziqin and the result was 90. Now everyone has seen it, the quality is the same. Zhao Boss said that he took out a lot of Dan from the counter and tested it for Zhou Ziqin. The result was all over 90 and the highest was 97. Zhou Ziqin frowned and looked down. "Because this box is inside the Imperial Palace, there will be no problem. Little brother, if you can have a very high-quality Dan more than ours, it can prove that our Dan quality is inferior. You're not saying that you have refining a few furnaces? You have the ability to take you Dan came to try it out." Zhao Boss said very haughty because he saw everyone recognize their store. It is to see the quality of those Dan. Everyone saw that the quality of Dan in successive tests was so high, and they were full of trust in the store. After all, they're more than 90 quality. Everyone saw that the quality of Dan in successive tests was so high, and they were full of trust in the store. After all, they're more than 90 quality. Zhou Ziqin and Zhou Ziqi all looked at Xin Xiang at this time. Everyone looked at Xin Xiang. I hope he can come up with a higher quality Dan. Otherwise, he will deliberately pick things up. Xin Xiang is a relaxed face and seems to be surprised by the quality values tested by Dan. Don't you say that you will be alchemy? Take out the Dan test that you have refining and give you a look at what quality it is. Zhao Bo is very haughty at this time, thinking that he has already settled this matter. I'm refining Dan's rank is relatively low, probably only low-grade Saint World defying Dan. Xin Xiang said, "But if you want to test the quality, I think most of it will be higher than yours. Low-grade Saint World defying Dan has no relations. I plus P, as long as the quality of the test is higher than ours. Then we can prove that our Dan quality is very inferior, and prove that you are right. Zhao said, although the surface of Dan sold here is very rough, but Zhao Boss can deceive so many people for so long, it can be said that alchemist is very rare here and all major stores have a certain tacit understanding, specifically selling this a poor quality Dan, and then deceived everyone through their refining test boxes. Okay. Xin Xiang took out a soul-defying Saint pill, which was condensed by the girl pill spirit, but of high quality. After Xin Xiang took out this Dan, many people looked a bit fascinating because this Dan radiated a pale golden brilliance. Soul-defying Saint pill surface was also very smooth, like a layer of pale gold crystal wrapped. Carefully at first glance, the whole grain image is polished with a pale gold luminescent crystal. Is this a Dan? Zhou Zhiqin some can't believe that this Dan is unexpectedly beautiful like a gem. Xin Xiang has seen all kinds of beautiful Dan, so defying Saint Pill is quite ordinary compared to some Dan, yes. Xin Xiang nodded. This is suitable for people at the peak of violent world-defying realm. After eating enough, you can step into world-defying sacred realm. Zhou Zhiqi knows that Xin Xiang is from the 3rd floor of world-defying Soul River, not the people of this world. She also heard that in other worlds, there are more people with low cultivation base. If you don't believe it, I can give it to everyone. I have some here. Xin Xiang took out more than a dozen capsules and randomly picked a few people from violent world-defying realm to eat. These young people are young. There are also several youngsters, all of which are young master brothers. After they ate, they immediately praised it. They said that this was the best Dan they had ever eaten. After eating it, it felt like a vital energy was circulating in the body. Refining on their own was very helpful to them. There are a few wealthy young masters who also ask Xin Xiang if they have, and they buy some at a higher price. Boss Xiao is anxious because he is a person who knows the goods. Although he has not eaten the Dan, he knows that Xin Xiang's soul-defying Saint Pill is of low quality. No matter where you are, you can't go anywhere, let alone his Dan is a low-grade soul-defying Saint Pill. It is also a quality of more than 90. Zhao Boss thought in his heart. Shen Xiang handed Dan to Zhou Zhiqin and let Zhou Zhiqin use the box to test the quality. Soon, the box showed an incredible value, by 130 quality. Zhou Zhiqin could not believe the scream, and the boss next to Zhao also looked dumbfounded. It must be that your box is broken. Use my test. Zhao Boss hastily shouted. Zhou Zhiqin quickly handed the grain to Zhao Boss. After Zhao's test with his box, it was still 830. Zhao's hands were shaking and holding the box. The 2 old alchemists here are also watching, so high-quality Dan is there. But it takes a long time to refine this high-quality Dan, and there are many heroes that need to be consumed. But now there are people who used to refine the low-grade Saint world-defying Dan. Everyone was shocked to see where they were, and there was anger in their hearts. Now they finally know that the actual quality of 90 is not high, but low. The previous tests by Bo Boss Xiao misled everyone, so that everyone thinks that the quality of 100 is the highest, and the quality of Dan in it is more than 90, both close to 100, which makes people feel subconscious. It wasn't until Shen Xiang took out the soul-defying Saint Pill test that they knew that the quality was uncapped. Zhao Boss, do you have anything to say? Xin Xiang faintly smiled. Of course, the major shops here are doing this. Obviously, it has formed a hidden rule, specifically to deceive those who do not know about the pillar. You can explain the things of herbs as reasonable. But what about these dawn? These dawn can be much more expensive than herbs, but they are so inferior. I am bold to guess that good Dan is kept by you, secretly sold to the superpower, or left for yourself to eat. And this kind of poor quality because of the loss of Dan is the high price placed here. Peer everyone. Xin Xiang hee smiled. You said I guessed right? The most angry people here should be Zhou Zhiqin and Zhou Zhiqi because they have not tasted good Dan for so many years, and they are very inferior. They are the emperors, but they are also treated like this. If it is not something like today, many people don't know that the actual good Dan is so good-looking and the quality is so high. The meat on Zhao's face is beating. Said solemnly, "You brat, you are finished." "I am finished? Is it because I expose this kind of thing, so that you can't continue to deceive everyone?" Xinxiang laughed. "Everyone can see that this guy's face is ugly." Everyone saw it. In short, they would never come here to buy the pillars. They would rather not eat. Originally, Xinxiang didn't want to make this a big deal. It was only when he dissuaded Zhou Ziqin and Zhou Ziqi not to buy it. The middle-aged shopkeeper died of a duck and did not admit that their Dan was fake. He also said that he insulted alchemist. All kinds of filthy him. Led everyone hostile to him. So he decided to make this thing to the end. The same was true of Zhao's boss, who came out later, which made him even more angry. It doesn't matter. Everyone who eats Dan is really of poor quality, mainly because the best quality dandu is ordered by some big forces, and the high-level pill is very good. It takes a long time. And this the bra that Dan took out is the very low rank of Dan, just violent world-defying realm, so he can reproduce many high quality in a short time and then compare it with our high-level pill. This is it's not right. Zhao's boss has come to this point, and he can still tell a bunch of great Tao